Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Good evening, Martian. Good evening, guys. Good evening, Swing. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful evening so far. Tonight we're going to be doing more of the OW2s. Doing some tweaking as per usual. Found some, we took a second look at 4G decoding and smart access memory, or called resizable bar, yesterday. To kind of like a better benefit, I guess. Seems like it's working out pretty good. I don't know whether or not that's true or not. It's tough to tell because it looks like my accuracy went down at some points, but at other points it wasn't. So 17. Now, this is this morning. 48.13, that's pretty good. 45.15, that's eh. 5's pretty good. 15, very good. 17, kind of meh. 49.14, alright. So I don't know. We're going to have to do, it takes more testing here. This is one of those options where it kind of feels like it might be better, but it might not, or it might just be better in a different way and worse in other ways. I don't know. So it's going to take some perusing and nailing to see if we can, better, or if it is better. I don't know. It's gonna take some time, guys, which we're gonna put in tonight. So good. Let's take a look at the tubes first, see what's going on there, guys, and then we're gonna get into the Gamazine. Alrighty. Forget to turn off VRB when I finish streaming. And then I don't turn it back on. Really capped automatically. Super Mother Brothers. I didn't actually plan on seeing it. Ah. Fun. Using a Bitcoin miner as a space heater. Check. Intel competes with Vcache. What? We have so many John Oliver's to catch up on too. Kind of a niche moment. I kind of feel like watching them. I'll watch them. I guess Cody's Labs channel, he's tried to rotate away from science, or from chemistry, not science, from chemistry more towards sustainable living from the look of it. Kind of working for him. I don't know. He doesn't really name his videos in a way that people that are looking for sustainable lifestyles would find his, though. So it might be a bit of a branding issue there. Prince Rupert's drop. Ooh, like watching those, especially Smart Everyday those. Linseed oil bitching. I want to watch the Dungeons and Dragons movie, so we aren't going to look at that. Look, they're shooting at flares. This is a weird thing about like missile defense systems. We've talked about this before, guys. They'll almost never show them shooting down something that's actually hazardous. It's always something like a UAV. So basically a drone that don't move that fast, or flares or something stupid. You won't actually see them, like most of the live tests are not actually against missiles or artillery shells. They're just, I want to say propaganda pieces. Because usually they don't work very good. The exception being the Iron Dome from Israel. Because basically they get shelled constantly and they needed something to actually protect themselves. And stop the fear, basically. Yeah, like, it looks cool. You're looking at a piece of, a military piece of machinery, and you're like, wow, look, things spin. The barrels change, but literally it just comes down to actually shooting down the missiles that are coming in. It's not just, by the way, Germany. A lot of a lot of countries. U.S. doesn't have a good anti-air system. We have a Phoenix, the failing system, and it's not very good either. It takes a shitload, basically multiple, and shitloads of ammo to actually down the like mortars or anything like that. It does. It looks like a fucking swarm of angry bees going to meet like fucking comets or something. It's crazy if you actually look at it. I'll actually take a peek at this. Normally I don't watch military stuff because people get kind of angsty about it, but I mean, I'm actually interested in mainly into defense. Defense is pretty cool because it's one of those things. The U.S.'s defense is basically offense. If you guys didn't know that, basically, if you get down to the point of needing defense and you did something wrong, sort of ordeal. The whole idea behind defense is you don't actually know when you need it, and when it's there, it's a line of like it's a safety net, right? Yeah, we don't really have one of those. We just have more offense than people would want to mess around with, right? Yeah. But yeah, the only and by the way, our tanks are basically worthless unless they have active protection system, APD or APS, active protection system. So the trophy system is actually a legitimate system that exists once again from Israel, and we actually license it and use it on our tanks. And what it does is when a projectile comes in, because basically any warhead, like any like a javelin, for instance, if it hits a tank, it's just donezo. There's almost nothing they can do against it. There's nothing to do with plating, just the way they're designed, the way they come down from the top. Like it is very, very difficult to stop a javelin or anything that basically goes like this and goes down. And a lot of the missile systems now are designed to go boop boop, or they have tandem heads, which means they have two heads in line with each other that explode and then explode again to defeat reactive armor. But basically, what it is it's basically like a missile defense system. Once again, it fires, and it doesn't actually fire a projectile that intercepts a projectile. It actually we looked at these before. It fires a plate, a shaped plate of metal at the projectile. It comes in and basically hits it with the plate of metal in the air when it's coming in, and detonates it in the air over the top. They're very cool, very fucking cool, very 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 cool. Something you'd actually expect, right? But like the reason, for instance, Russia has so many problems is because they don't have them, and they can keep sending as many tanks as they want as long as Ukraine doesn't run out of javelins. It doesn't matter. Like any tank, it doesn't matter if it's a T90 or M1A2, is basically worthless without a trophy system. It doesn't matter without an active protection system. It's a worthless vehicle. It's just going to turn into scrap metal. It doesn't matter what country it's from because it's like a binary statement where you need to have a piece of technology that stops another piece of technology, and if it doesn't have it, it's just donezo. It doesn't matter what you think, oh, the T90 is a worse tank than the M1A2, or the M1A2 is a better tank than the T90. Like, it literally doesn't fucking matter, because at the end of the day, if they get hit by javelins, they're both gonzo. And M1A2 actually have an active protection system on it. And T90s, T82s, whatever they're sending over there, do not. And they keep sending them. I don't know why they do. Like, you'd be like, if you were Putin, you'd be like, these guys are blowing up the javelins. They aren't really doing their job if they just get hit by a javelin. So maybe we should reassess what we're doing with our tanks. One of those, they just kept sending them. Like, why? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? And apparently, Russia has some sort of trophy system, but it's on their newer tank. It's supposed to call it T8 or something. The Amrov or whatever, their newest tank that they basically don't field at all, and they have like 8 of them or something. They actually have an active protection system, but none of their older tanks do. And whether or not it works, who knows? But yeah, it's like a binary statement, guys. It's literally, does your tank have a trophy system or an active protection system? Yes, no, no. You should get one. Otherwise, it doesn't matter what version of the tank it is. The tank that's made in the 60s or a tank that made is, this in the O's, it's going to explode to a javelin. So, yeah, it's fucking weird because when Ukraine Russia war first started, there was like a bunch of skits that were like, or a bunch of news posts that were like, oh, is this the end of the tank era sort of shit? And no, tanks just don't do anything unless they have an active protection system, which, it's like a fundamental piece of technology, and that's pretty much it. You have to have it, and if they don't have it, they don't work. They just don't do their job. And then at that point, what are you even using a tank for? You could use a Bradley or some other armored vehicle that's not as heavy as a tank, and it'd still basically blow up, but they're a lot cheaper to make, right? Bradley being armored personnel carrier, right? An APC. Instead of an actual tank, you have a a piece of equipment that's not going to explode immediately to like a 50 cal or something or some sort of machine gun, but at the same time is also going to not work against tanks. But it won't matter because what's blowing up tanks isn't other tanks. There isn't really tank on tank warfare anymore. It's literally just tanks kind of holding positions and acting like entrenched guns. And then a missile comes down and blows them up, and then they're gone. So they can take and hold land, but they don't really fight each other. It's not like World War II where you have tanks fighting each other anymore. Fucking weird. The whole thing is weird, but yeah, there's another one. It's just like you think like we have a system to shoot down ICBMs. We don't. We don't have anything. We don't like the the Iron Dome system. If you actually look up footage of it, it's very cool. It's very fucking cool. It's a network as you would expect in like the 2020s now, right? Right. You have a network of interconnected missile systems that all like lock on and share information with each other and then shoot like a mesh network of missile systems that just share network information with each other and then they have the ability to shoot down the projectiles and they're cheap. It's not like a cruise missile in the US is like 300,000 or something insane. 3 million, 300 million. It's something absurd. 3 million, 2 million. It's yeah, it's just like one missile is $2 million. And like the price of an interceptor, they like made it so it's like almost just the same price as just firing uh, rockets. It's basically a dumb missile, rockets at their country, and it's like 30,000 per shot. Because that was like it was a thing. It was like it comes down to how cheap can you do it, right? 70 to 100,000, 50,000 here in 2021. That's fucking cheap. If you're considering not a javelin, a cruise missile costs us 2 mil, and they can fire one of these for 50,000, and potentially one or two of these can actually blow up an incoming rocket or missile or mortar. That's pretty fucking phenomenal. Like they actually have a cost. They have a cost per shot like factored into how they built their system because they didn't want to get priced out of basically the market of defense because was it Iran, I believe, is the one shooting at them. There's all sorts of weird shit going on in the Middle East, so I don't know the internal politics, but like they basically have people shelling them almost constantly, and then they have to blow them up, and they have to be in budget. So like you have hey, is it in budget? Can we actually blow up the stuff that's trying to shoot your shell our cities constantly? Yes, yes. Oh, that's fantastic. Good flowchart, right? Great flowchart. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense when you're actually developing stuff. In the US, it's basically, hey, we have a shitload of money, let's throw it at this until the problem's fixed, only we haven't really fixed it with the missile defense system. Anyways, I gotta get my coffee, guys. I'm already talking, I can yak about that all night. Be right back, guys. In terms of a missile defense system, we don't really have one. We have a failing system that sucks. So if you guys didn't know that, now you do. Anyways, kind of curious. So these are the German anti-missile,
In the past few months,
anti-missile defense system, anti-missile system.
These anti-aircraft guns were developed in the 1970s in Germany to counter low-flying, armored attack helicopters such as the Russian MiL Mi-24.
Don't seem to be like you would assume this wouldn't be fast enough to intercept a missile, which are very fast, especially when you talk about hypersonic missiles, which do exist now, or even
Seem to be
mortars.
engaging small targets such as Iranian-made kamikaze drones that Russia.
That's not really that big of a deal. Like if you start talking about drones, failing system can shoot down
Russia
drones
launched
fine.
its kind of blitz over the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
Not a problem.
Swarms of Iranian-built suicide drones, upgraded by Russian engineers for increased accuracy and lethality, slammed into targets across the city and
They wanted to use it against like mortars or
civilians sought shelter and information from Telegram channels. Ukrainian troops operated their guns.
mortars or missiles.
But
You
which
probably have to
guns
use
could be
something that uses like a
capable of downing
flak.
an unmanned vehicle just
So flak
11
is a
feet
shaped
long,
charge that
coming at
explodes in
them
the
from
air,
high
shoots
altitudes
out a
at
bunch of
more
metal
than
pieces, basically from World War
115
II.
miles per hour. Germany had the answer and donated them to Ukraine's armed forces.
You can
The
shoot down
Black
drones
Panzer
with pretty much
Gepard,
anything.
also known as the Gepard anti-aircraft tank, is a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun developed by the German military during the Cold War. It was built on the chassis of the Leopard 1 tank and was armed with twin 35mm autocannon. It was designed to provide mobile anti-aircraft protection for ground units and was used by the German army and several other countries. The Gepard's twin 35mm autocannon has a maximum range of 3,000 meters and can fire up to 1,200 rounds per minute, making it highly effective against aircraft, helicopters, and ground targets.
Helicopters never, aircraft are never going to get that close. Like close enough for an anti-aircraft gun to
The
work
vehicle
anymore.
also had a
No,
radar
that's
system
not a
that could
thing.
detect and track targets at ranges up
Helicopters,
to 15
maybe,
kilometers, which
probably
provided
not.
early warning and target
Basically, the only thing
assistance
it'll be
for
good
guns.
against is drones.
The
This is
Gepard
why,
was in service with the German
like I've heard of
army
these
from the
before, but I thought
1970s
maybe
to the late 2000s,
they did
and was
something
used in
different,
several
which is why we're looking
conflicts,
at this.
including the Gulf War. It was
Basically, the
considered
big
one of
threat
the
is
most
missiles
advanced
or
anti-aircraft systems of its time and was highly valued by the German military for its mobility and firepower.
mortars. Or any sort of kinetic projectile, basically a mortar's
According
kinetic
to
projectile.
Politico,
Although they
there
can
are more
explosive
Gepards
too.
to come. The Gepard is an anti-aircraft weapon mounted on top of an armored vehicle with dual barrels that send twin streams of 35mm ammunition into the sky at incoming targets, and it's been a game changer for Ukraine.
Like maybe against drones? Is that it? Like, because drones, it's kind of weird, guys. Because a drone is basically a missile, right? Explosive drones, where they attach basically an explosive to a drone, is a missile. But it's kind of weird how missiles just aren't much more cost-effective drones, right? But here we are in this day and age where missiles are insanely expensive, and you have a drone, which is basically a missile, but it's much, much cheaper than an actual missile. It's kind of weird how that works, right? Because they're basically just using drones as missiles now. But missiles are a thing, and they have been a thing for a while.
On New Year's Eve, Ukrainian air defenses dropped over 80 Iranian-made Shahed 136 kamikaze drones and 7 Russian cruise missiles over the capital city. The Shahed drones are cheaply made, for around $10,000 apiece, and deliver a tactically useless explosive used to terrorize civilians.
I mean, if you're gonna do fucking this, guys, why wouldn't you just carpet bomb? Like, what is this? What even is? Why would you do this? What is this? Is this like trying to be like V1s or something? Why would you ever, like, if you're doing some sort of warfare, guys, why would you choose to drop a bunch of drones? Yeah, which are probably more expensive than actual bombs. Why would you drop drones when you would just drop bombs? I guess because then they could assume that they're being, like, because they're guided, they'd have the excuse that maybe they weren't just trying to engage in all-out warfare, which is, the big no-no, right? That's where world wars start from. So they have, like, the excuse that these were actually designed to maybe blow up, targets, right? Actual targets like military installations or something, rather than just carpet bomb. Because you carpet bomb, then everyone's going to get really, really pissed off. So instead, they just launched a bunch of drones when they literally could just drop a bunch of bombs. Like, why would you ever do this? And by the way, if these things, the Gepard here, if they drop bombs, it would have a much, much more difficult time trying to blow them up than it would with drones, which like a drone has to fly, right? So what even is this? What is this interaction between the two powers going on here? Like, I mean, Ukraine's just doing whatever they have, right?
Is that when fired in swarms, they can overwhelm Ukrainian air defenses with their size and numbers.
So can bombs.
The only warning at first of an incoming drone swarm is the telltale sound of its lawnmower-sounding engines. Apart from terrorizing the capital, swarms of Shahed drones have attacked Ukraine's energy infrastructure and expended Ukraine's ammunition, trying to take them out.
So I guess maybe
Russia,
they said they dropped a bunch of drones. Maybe it didn't drop a bunch of drones. Maybe a drone swarm, so basically off the grid or the area long range, right? Then it's more like a cruise missile, which would be launched from 50, 80 miles away to somewhere else. And if you have a drone basically doing the same thing, then it's basically a missile, and it's not the same thing as like a bomb. They inferred that something flew overhead and dropped a bunch of these things, which doesn't actually sound like it's the case now that he's explaining it.
The drones with as many explosives as possible. Upgrades its guidance system to work with existing GPS.
Like this is what even is this? What is this? This literally looks like a missile battery. If you guys have seen like a rocket batteries, this literally looks like a rocket battery. Why do they exist? I don't understand this. Like this, they basically are missiles, only they don't do as good of a job as missiles, and they aren't bombs because bombs are better. And at the same time, I guess they blow up. What? Like you probably could use them to assassinate people, but it's like this isn't actually like a full size like if you've ever seen a drone in the U.S. Like I went to EAA last year, for instance. A drone, like a U.S. drone, is literally almost the size of an airplane. Like it's like if you can imagine like a small Cessna, so like a 2-seater. Actually, a Cessna has like 4 seats in the back or something. A two-seat a prop airplane, right? It's basically about the same size as a prop airplane. Civilian prop airplane. There aren't soldiers in foxholes.
Weapons with the target GPS coordinates.
In World War II.
Russia has hundreds in the battle space, but Ukraine claims Russia has ordered thousands more from Iran and may.
But I mean, it's the same thing you could do here with a rocket batteries, or with actual missiles, or if you could get it actually over the top, which I'm guessing they can't, which is why I corrected myself.
Ukraine hails the vehicles as effective for protecting Ukrainian ground forces against the drones and Russian cruise missiles, but says the Gepard alone isn't enough for its needs.
It's like 50 sci-fi tech. Yeah, it's like a hodgepodge of cheapest system, like who can do things the cheapest and kind of on a budget. And Ukraine's just using whatever it can. Basically, it's standing up to a bully is what it amounts to, right? And they're getting a bunch of donations, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, we'll use it, right? They're like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll use this. In Russia, I don't know what Russia's doing. Like, who decided that they're going to get basically the equivalent of a missile battery with drones? Why would you do that? I don't know. They have missile batteries. Like, you could potentially use it maybe to assassinate like a high-value target or something, but like a person?
The government of Switzerland won't allow Germany to export the ammo to Ukrainian battlefields, given its officially neutral status. When Germany asked the Swiss for almost 13,000 rounds to be sent to Ukraine, the Swiss rejected the German proposal.
They're NATO. NATO has a bunch of weird shit that they're going through.
In response, Germany began manufacturing its ammunition for the weapons, but production was slow to ramp up, and the first rounds won't be deliverable until later in 2023. The United States and other NATO allies have since looked to their stockpiles for compatible ammunition to send, but have so far come up short.
By the way, this is why a lot of countries will use NATO rounds, 7.62, 5.56. Basically, they all use similar ammunition because they know what happens if they run out of ammunition. Otherwise, if they run out of ammunition, what are you going to do? And Russia has its own ammunition, which technically a lot of countries use, so there's a lot of demand and a lot of production for it, too, on top of it, with 545 and 739, I think it is, right? Their calibers. But at the end of the day, so they have a vehicle that uses a very non-standard type of ammunition, and they basically can't find a source for it now. Yeah, I've seen the foxhole videos. Okay. Well, thanks, Slane. We don't. We're just talking about the meta here. We are not talking about nitty gritty details. Where, yeah, okay. I'm glad. I'm glad you are perusing the internet for things that are violent. Good for you. Anyways, yeah, like just there's foxholes or whatever, but I don't understand the purpose of the drones when you could do the same thing with a missile battery. And this, like I said, this is like an in between piece of technology. So like technically, like the U.S. still has A-10s, which we're technically going to phase out apparently now. I don't know why, but the A-10s only work in a specific scenario in which you basically don't have airplanes that are going to chase them down, right? So the only threat is generally from the ground, which is what they're good against. And if they have air flying around and controlling the airspace, then the A-10s get shot down for the most part. But if they have ground defenses, like it actually works really good for its specific scenario. Um, but yeah, like this is like what do this is kind of like World War II style stuff. Like it reminds you like nitty gritty close combat doesn't really exist anymore. I mean, it does if you don't have the budget for it and you're just working off donations, which is what Ukraine is, right? But for most everything, like as far as like helicopters or airplanes, like in the U.S., it's like I think it's called over the horizon, which amounts to you're never going to see your target and they're never going to see you, and they probably aren't going to run into a scenario where you basically a lot of airplanes don't even have machine guns on them now, or autocannons or what have you, because it doesn't matter. You're not going to end up in a dogfight with another airplane. The dogfight's going to amount to you locking on a missile and them trying to evade the missile if they can, and whatever their countermeasure suit is, and that's basically it.
In the meantime, Ukraine will have to
But yeah,
expand
it's
its
like
air
it's
defense
fucking
system to
weird.
include
Like
any.
it basically this vehicle. I've known about these for a while, and like I said, the whole conversation started off the whole missile defense systems are very antiquated. It's not just Germany. The U.S. is the same way. We have the Phalanx and the Sea-Wiz, and there's a ground variant for Sea-Waz, I think it is, the ground variant that they put in installations, which do technically work against mortars, but they have to expend a shitload of ammunition to do it, and these like multiple. Like they're really it's what you'd expect from the 80s, only we're in the 1920s now, right? Or the 2020s. We were in the 1920s. We're in the 2020s. And while drones are a very specific kind of threat, right? A failing system can shoot them down no problem. What's the real big problem is things like rockets, missiles, rockets, mortars, kinetic energy weapons. So anything that has a lot of mass that has to deflect, which failing system can deflect a missile, but it takes a mortar, but it takes a shitload of ammo to do it. And obviously, it's just going to go somewhere else. It's going to go in someone else's backyard, which I guess if technically the job's done at that point. But yeah, um, it's fucking weird how like the whole kind of like the defense idea has kind of been stuck in limbo since like the 80s and 70s sort of thing, and now it's kind of it doesn't really people don't really care about stuff until it's in your backyard, right? And we're talking about how Israel is like one of the only countries that has a working anti-missile system, which is the trophy system, and that's for tanks. It has the Iron Dome, which actually does work, and it's been tested, and it's actively working right now. Where this is kind of like, hey, we got this thing, and it's kind of does the job. I guess maybe you guys can do something with one of those things, right? If your siblings donate you stuff, and you kind of need something, you're not gonna be like, no, I don't want that. You're like, oh, okay, we guess we can use these, and it makes sense in the very specific scenario of drones only, right? And if a helicopter decides to fly over the top of it, which is highly unlikely, or airplanes definitely aren't going to be doing that, right? This isn't World War II, so I think like a system like this would be much more effective, and we've talked about this before, like where you come back to like it was called Spew in the U.S. It was basically they went through a scenario like military tech guys in general is pretty cool, regardless of what's going on. The affiliation of countries behind it, military tech is pretty cool. There's a system. There's one time in which the U.S. looked into a system of basically firing multiple projectiles at the same time. If you can imagine a glob, so instead of firing one stream of bullets really fast. It fires a bunch of, and there's a lot of different variations of this now. But they experimented with this in the 60s, and basically the idea was instead, because of the amount of ammo that people would expend in combat and the basically accuracy of people while they're under fire, it became a bad idea to actually just have a fully automatic weapon. And instead, you want something that's like a shotgun, right? A flechette weapon, but not flechettes. You'd have something more in line with like multiple projectiles firing at the same time. It'd literally spew ammo, right? So it'd fire basically a wall of projectiles, which then would have a higher end chance of impacting something because accuracy wouldn't be as big of a deal. But they can that, and a lot of like the couple places they talk about it basically comes down to politics because if you're firing basically a shotgun weapon, then it's not really a battle of accuracy. It's like a pissing contest sort of thing. But the whole idea behind it makes a lot of sense. And in the scenario where you're deflecting a mortar, right? And the way it works with kind of shifting gears here with the trophy system is we talked about is a plate. It's a shaped plate that actually fires away. It's not a singular projectile. It is a projectile because it does fly, right? It technically fires, but it is literally like a shaped piece of metal that is exploded outward and then intercepts the incoming javelin or what have you, right? An incoming projectile, which you basically need to meet mass with mass. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen to it. Or you need to have some sort of way of, displacing it or pushing it in one way or another with kinetic energy, right? In the case of like spew, for instance, you have multiple projectiles, you have a higher chance with like a wall, it's like a slower fire rate, and more projectiles, you have a chance of actually hitting it with each wave, and it will definitely change course with each one. As long as you get a hit on it, you could potentially change the course on it. But the other option there is, like we mentioned earlier, was like flak, which is, actually World War II stuff, where you have an explosion of shrapnel essentially in the air and a shockwave, and it will disrupt or push away whatever's in the air. And that's good because if you have an incoming kinetic projectile, for instance, if you have a shockwave that can throw it off path, then it'll go somewhere else, whether, other than where it's hitting. So it's kind of weird how things are kind of circular in and of itself, but this is like a vehicle that, it looks really cool. It only has a very specific purpose. It can tactically shoot down helicopters. Are you going to get helicopters flying over the top of it? Probably not. But, because they're just going to fire missiles and fuck off. That's the way it's going to work, right? They aren't going to, this isn't World War II. They aren't going to fly over, right? Well, helicopters weren't in World War II. But, like if you can imagine air-ground attack airplane would probably be the same, very similar role to what a helicopter is nowadays, where they fly over and strafe and such. They aren't going to get that anymore, right? It's just they fire a missile at a target where they get a lock on it from a laser rangefinder or something off in the distance, and then they're just going to leave. They aren't going to fly over the top. So the only thing this really can do is blow up drones, which you could literally have like installations of people on manned guns from like World War II or like the 1940s, right, with like flak guns, and they'd achieve a similar thing. Although this is an automated system, so benefit of that, but. It kind of feel like I thought maybe this video would add a little more depth to it, but I don't think it is. It's just basically people talking about something that already exists at this point.
Weapons that might be effective against the continued onslaught.
The big things are rocket batteries, missiles, and mortars or artillery.
Some that are used for reconnaissance and others that are armed. These drones are relatively small and have a low radar cross-section, making them difficult to detect and track.
Something like a bird. Bigger than a bird, but...
It's possible that the Gepard's radar system could detect and track Iranian drones.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. What you saw in the picture wasn't going to happen.
Search and tracking radars with the search radar mounted.
Like maybe something like this could be retrofitted for like a flak system, which probably would be more effective, at blowing up drones, but then also a chance of blowing up missiles, because missiles are very, very, very susceptible to any sort of damage, like because they have a thin shell. They aren't highly armored. Missiles are not highly armored. When you get highly armored missiles, they basically turn into kinetic projectiles, like artillery, right? Yeah, so when you have an actual missile, if they get hit by any piece of shrapnel, they'll likely just explode, fuck off, become inert. Like, you basically ruin a missile with shrapnel. And that's, once again, why shrapnel is actually important. But at the same time, there's collateral damage from shrapnel, right? So, I don't know. Well, actually, it would. Assuming you can meet point A with point B, you're talking about hypersonic, not supersonic. You're talking about hypersonic missiles, which I believe is higher than Mach 6. So as long as it can actually meet point A with point B, or around the vicinity, because flak is vicinity, right? It's not a direct hit. As long as it's in the area and it explodes, it creates a ball of shrapnel essentially, and that can destroy whatever's in the vicinity of it. So, or render it inert. So yeah, even against hypersonic missiles, as long as you can meet point A with point B, it's going to disrupt it at least probably enough so it doesn't, or you send up another one. You send multiple along the path. Really weird. It's really weird how like I said, it's circular, where it's basically coming back to certain technologies that we used years ago, right? That didn't make sense. You're not going to be using flak against airplanes nowadays, more or a helicopter for that matter. But we aren't really defending, like systems like this aren't made to defend against helicopters or airplanes. They're made to deal with what they're shitting out, right? Which are missiles, rockets, batteries are outside too, outside of range normally. Rocket batteries or artillery, which rocket batteries are kind of like artillery. So yeah, but it's like I said, this is like an intermediary piece of equipment. But if it was instead flak, which this is like originated from the 38 millimeter, you said. Like originates probably from a World War II thing, and it probably at one point was actually using flak. Like it was actually firing flak at airplanes at one point. Fucking weird.
The radars offer 360-degree scanning while simultaneously monitoring targets, suppressing clutter, enabling search while moving.
But like I said, just like with the failing system, you never really see any of this stuff actually working. It doesn't really, like, not working, but like, if this was like a really tried and true system that worked extremely well, you'd see it shooting down like a shitload of incoming artillery or something, right? Just like with the failings, they don't show that because it doesn't happen. Military contractors are really, really good at marketing. So, yeah, if it could do that, they would probably be showcasing. They'd be like, hey man, look at this. This is really fucking cool, right? And everyone would be like, oh, that's really cool. But instead, all you're seeing is the vehicles basically drive around, so.
Cannon comes with 320 rounds of anti-air ammunition and 20 rounds of anti-ground target ammunition. The guns can use various standardized 35mm ammunition.
Look at it spin. It must be good because it spins.
Discarding Sabot ammunition, or FAPDS rounds. The FAPDS rounds have a muzzle velocity of more than 1,400 meters per second. The Gepard has 8 smoke dischargers mounted on either side of the turret.
You're talking about the Iron Dome. We talked about that multiple times, yes. It's like the only existing actual good anti-missile system. Yeah, the Iron Dome. And then for vehicles, they have the trophy system, which we actually use in the U.S.
However, the system was tested but was not deployed due to budgetary restrictions.
It doesn't cost a fortune. We also talked about that earlier. We were talking about how they basically designed the system to be competitive with the price of rockets, that be cheaper than the price of rockets being shot at them. It comes down to 50 to 70,000 per shot, that's pretty insane. Like, they literally made a system that would operate inside of their budget and not bankrupt them, and so they could use it all the time. And eventually it's going to get to the point where they aren't going to get shot at because economics are going to come into play. So, yeah. I thought this video would have something new or interesting in it, but it doesn't. It's basically just another video talking about the Gepard. So, as Swiss, it baffles me why we don't give them ammo. Politics are very complicated, especially when it comes to war. Yeah, because they don't want to antagonize Russia too much, but at the same time, they definitely want to help Ukraine. And it comes down to weighing and balancing what their options are. So, the Gepard is a reception system. During my time in German army, the hit rate was extremely high for anti-aircraft cannon system. Well, against what? Yeah, a helicopter flying over? Sure. Gun is so accurate they have to add artificial noise to the aiming algorithm in order to get a better kill ratio. What does that even mean? Why would adding noise make it more accurate or give it a better kill ratio? Mistranslation, maybe. But yeah. Interesting. Anyways, military tech's pretty cool. Oh my god. Look, it's a laser on an aircraft carrier. That's totally legit. It's a giant penis. Wow. That seems legit. Some of these, by the way, there's you get into a part of YouTube where it's like what if stuff. Where basically it's just a bunch of like future technology stuff that doesn't really exist or even it might exist. I get a lot of that for like the alien stuff. If you look at a couple of actual alien videos, not like actual aliens like Little Green Men sort of thing, but like the UAP reports and such from like Congress, then all of a sudden you get a pop up from like I don't know, just random the pyramids were built by aliens sort of shit. So anyways, let's move along. We want to take a look at both these. Tom Scott. Tom Scott's beautiful. Oh. No, click.
Depending on which science fiction you want to reference, the researchers here at the University of Constance in Germany have either built a holodeck from Star Trek, or The Matrix, or something kind of like the old alien abductions from the X-Files. It's just that they've built it for locusts.
One of the great challenges in studying collective behavior is that there's this intricate network of interactions among the individuals that we can't see, we can't control. And so it's really difficult to understand how these locusts with their local interactions can scale up to swarms that can extend across hundreds of square kilometers. We thought, what if we could have individuals moving and interacting with virtual swarms? And so that's why we've designed this setup. What we do is we put the animal on this large motion compensating sphere. As the animal moves, the sphere always moves to keep it on top. And so it can move in a never-ending desert environment. And by tracking that movement, we know where the animal's gone. The locusts believe these virtual individuals to be other locusts. They will tend to align their direction of travel with near individuals. They will think of themselves as being within a real swarm.
Locusts don't have depth perception in the way that humans do. Prey animals generally have eyes on each side of their head, trading off 3D vision for a much wider field of view. So there's no need for sci-fi holographic systems or tiny little 3D glasses here. As long as they keep an exact track on the locust's eye position and update the screen fast enough, it seems to fool them. I'll be honest, I do find this a little bit unsettling, and it's only going to get more unsettling from here.
Ultimately, decision-making is made in the brain of the animal. So if we're to understand these vast swarms, we actually need to go in and look at how the brain processes this information. So in this VR, we're basically plugging into the spinal cord. The animal here is tethered. It has to be held in place, but it can still walk freely.
Locusts are certain species of grasshoppers that basically swarm. They turn into, it's like a secondary state they go into when there's too many of them. There's videos of them where they showed how they turn into a locust. Is like when their legs are rubbed in a certain position for like 4 or 5 hours, they start a process of turning into locusts. So basically what happened if they're surrounded by a bunch of other grasshoppers, which is very weird.
On a ball that's elevated by air, so it doesn't have friction, allowing the locust again to move and interact with a virtual swarm. So we know what the animal's responding to, but now we can also
It's a video game
the
for
neural
locusts
signals that are underlying the decisions it's making. So locusts impact the livelihood of 1 in 10 people on the planet through food shortage. They contribute to humanitarian crises across the globe. Yet, no one understood why they form swarms.
So the researchers here have also commissioned this massive imaging hanger and are going to track thousands of locusts individually by attaching tiny retroreflective tags to each one and using a motion capture system with more than 30 cameras. Sub-millimeter precision, 100 frames a second. Again, I had questions, starting with, where do you order thousands of locusts from?
Well, luckily for us, it turns out that entomophagy, or eating insects, is becoming an important aspect for humans and also...
In 10 years, guys, when we can't live on the surface of Earth because of climate change, we'll be eating algae and roaches. So let's keep that in mind. It's probably, if you're looking for a business idea right now, guys, figuring out how to make insects taste like burgers, like beef, would probably be a good place to be. Like all the fake meat burgers are all plant-based. Nah, you just got to make it out of insects, and just don't tell people it's made out of insects right away. You know, as long as you can make it taste like beef, and I can guarantee you, insects can taste a lot like beef a lot better than a plant can. As long as you make it taste like beef, I think most people won't care. It's Soylent Green, like they don't give a shit. Yeah, and it's kind of weird how people have not tackled the fake burger from the insect standpoint, because insects produce protein really, really, really fucking easy and efficient. They're insanely efficient at producing protein. The downside being is they're insects, and no one wants to eat insects. I don't want to eat insects. If I had a patty made out of insects, guys, and it was in my McDonald's burger, would I care? Is if it didn't like look or taste anything like insects and taste like beef? Would I care? Probably not. I actually don't think I would. I think a lot of people probably wouldn't once they get past the initial, oh god, it's insects. Once they get past it, and their friends are like, this is tasty. You know, they'll be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll try too. This is tasty. And all of a sudden, no one cares about beef anymore. Yeah, like, and it's cheap too. It's not even like the plant. They try so fucking hard to make burgers out of plant stuff. And is that really even an answer? Why does it have to be plants? Like, you know how we're talking about weird, where people are on complete opposite ends of the spectrum and how they aren't willing to compromise on anything? We have moo over here, and we have, oh, I'm a tree in the wilderness over here, sort of people, right? And, you know, all you got here in the center is, hey, I'm insects, like nuclear energy. We got this in between where no one wants to really talk about it, and both sides are like, yeah, nah, I want it to be grown from the ground, and these guys are like, I want it to fucking moo, right? And it'd be bloody. And something in the center here is like, you know, hey, look, grasshoppers. So, yeah. There are. It depends exactly on what you feed them. It's like pigs, too. It depends on what you feed them and where they live. They are. And like I said, once it depends on the packaging, so the presentation, and how it tastes. And I think if you could get past both those things, and I can guarantee you a puree of fucking roaches is going to probably look almost no different than hot dogs. Once you fucking put it through the right procedures, it's probably going to be no different than hot dogs, and probably look like hot dogs too, and have the same texture as hot dogs. So, yeah, I don't think presentation is a problem. It just comes down to taste, and I'm pretty sure you could probably get them to taste like pork or something, chicken, pork, whatever you want. You could get one of the meats nailed down, and then probably eventually the other meats. But like I think it's weird. You got like all these plant-based alternatives here, and you have, you know, like there's some alternatives to beef patties too. Like turkey burgers are actually pretty good if you guys haven't tried them. Good turkey burger is actually very good, or a bison burger I actually think is tastier than beef, to be perfectly honest. But like, you know, we have people over here and we have people over here, and like insects are like the kind of where you want to be. Is like roaches, grasshoppers. They're actually really good for solving food shortages. And just once again, it's the presentation, what they taste like, or what what they taste like. Just insects don't eat their own poop like chickens.
Also for agriculture, for farm animals. So there are actually huge locust breeding centers. We collaborate with them, and so they bred the insects for us. We have a whole team of experienced individuals, from senior professors to undergraduate students, all working together, gluing these little tags on the individuals. And this allows us to see the three-dimensional information much, much more easily than
Yo, bro, just chill here for a second.
The image is now 15 by 15 by 8 meters. It's designed to mimic the environment in which locusts have evolved. We have extremely bright lights that capture the natural wavelengths of light that they experience. We have the correct temperature, around 20.
So they're trying to get them to swarm right now?
Centigrade within this large space. So we're looking at the locusts in different densities to see which different structures and patterns form. But then we also want to understand how these voracious insects eat their way through crops, and also how they avoid predators when doing so. So we're also startling the individuals to see how social behavior also influences their response.
There are scientists paid to swing balls of grasshoppers somewhere, guys. Yeah. If you guys think there isn't a job for you in the world, realize there is a guy in a baseball cap swinging a ball of grasshoppers somewhere in the world right now. So, yeah.
To predators. When the insects hatch, they're flightless. In fact, they're flightless.
Yeah, I honestly think if you had the presentation down right and the taste down right, I think people would accept insect burgers. I do think that as long as you don't find a grasshopper leg in your burger, I think you're fine. How often do you find bones in your burger, right? And if you find bones in your burger, it's probably gonna be a piece of chitin, so it's not gonna be really anything identifiable. As long as you don't discover a grasshopper leg in your burger, you're probably fine. I think that would be the only that would probably stop someone from ever touching an insect burger ever again. But if that never happens, I think people would be down for the processed version of insects. But once again, no one really does it, right? It doesn't really. If it exists, it's some sort of small start. I guarantee there's a small startup, but that's not the same thing as how many different fast food chains have tried the plant burgers, right? Like the Infinity Burger, or whatever they called, the not burger. I don't know.
In the final
Burger King has
stage
one.
that
I
they
think
take
McDonald's is
the
talking
win.
about one.
And so the critical stage for understanding the swarms and also controlling them is these flightless juveniles.
And this is about 10,000 locusts. There are questions about testing on insects, of course, but the consensus right now is that they're insects. And as long as there's no unnecessary harm caused, the trade-off
Think
is
of the
well worth.
insects.
These would have been
Think
ground
of
up
these
animals.
locusts. They should be outside ravaging a farm field somewhere. Think of the locusts, guys. Let's go to Twitter. Let's go to Twitter to talk about the locusts. These should not be in a laboratory. They should be free ravaging someone's farm field. How dare they? Context is always fun, guys. I think a lot of people don't add context to a lot of things in life, and they really need to. Like I said, you have people that are on ideological separate sides of a scale, and it's just like with the left and the right in the U.S. They're fucking, both sides are batshit insane once you get far enough to the side. They're just both insane. You can say what you want about whatever side's righteous to your political agenda or whatever. It doesn't matter. They're all insane.
Feed, after all, and the world doesn't have a problem with that. And locust swarms aren't cooperative. Researchers have discovered that locusts march in formation because traveling in the same direction at the same speed is the easiest way for each individual to avoid being eaten by other locusts. If humans can understand this swarm's behavior, maybe we can start to understand the gigantic, devastating swarms with billions or even trillions of locusts, the ones that destroy food supplies. Or maybe we can start to improve the forecasting tools.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
Right now,
I thought the same thing. I've tried not soy burgers, bean burgers. I've tried bean burgers. They're pretty good. They're just much more expensive than beef. How can you make something that's plant based that's more expensive than beef? How is that even a thing? I don't fucking know. Right? Beef is actually very expensive to produce. So why would you end up with something that's actually more expensive that's a plant?
the only methods the
You'd
world
actually
has
think it would
to
be
deal
cheaper, right? You'd be like, yeah, a plant burger would probably be cheaper because it's made of plants. But nope.
with devastating locust plagues are vast amounts of industrial pesticides and hope.
I find it astonishing that there are
Much.
pest insects that impact so many people on the planet, and yet there's so little
Missing a leg.
research
Oh my
into
god!
this.
Actually, it's
And
he's
one of the
missing a
main
leg.
reasons is that the people
Oh my
that
God,
really,
horror.
Are impacted by locusts. They're subsistence farmers. They can't afford agrochemicals.
How often do you think he finds a grasshopper in his office? To be perfectly honest here, I think it's maybe once a week.
You also have countries where they've got other problems to deal with, such as internal strife and conflicts. The last
A lot of these
experiment
guys
we
are
did
missing
with
legs.
locusts,
What is that?
when I was based in Oxford, we had, I think the most was 110 individuals. To approximate what they're doing in nature, we need to start looking at tens of thousands of individuals. The key here is that we need these very
Dude, look at
large-scale
that.
experiments to
It's
be
fucking
that
hive
bridge
mind.
between the lab and the wild. One of the amazing things about locusts is that the swarms just suddenly appear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And so what we're trying to mimic
That's fucking
here-
weird. Someone decided to rub the back. It's very specific. They have to rub like this, the back legs, on the side right here. They have to rub it for 4 hours to get the transition started. Someone figured that out.
As population density increases, we think that these swarms will suddenly emerge. They'll suddenly start marching together in unison. We're just beginning to understand the wonders of collectives, how groups of neurons communicate with each other to allow animals to make decisions, and then how social interactions connect brains together, such as in locust swarms. So we think locusts can sense the environment through this communication within the swarm. This gives them a swarm intelligence that's
It's not through the swarm as in they're all connected, but rather it's through evolution. It's through evolution where they reach a state that triggers essentially like a program. It triggers a program in their mind where there's certain scenario, like we talked about, where they rub their back legs in a certain way and then it causes them to turn into locusts. Yeah, it's not like they actually communicate with each other. They don't. It's just like one step triggers another step, which triggers another step, and it cascades. which is very weird. It's actually it's almost like a computer program, right? But it's evolution, which some things in evolution, like I don't really believe in God. I think God might just be an alien, to be perfect, or aliens could just honestly be aliens because it makes a lot more sense. What it actually makes, it does make you wonder, like in terms of like how stuff evolves, Darwinism, like through environmental influences, you end up with a certain kind of animal, right? Because it had to, other animals had to die out that were part of it, its genes, and they got weeded out through trial and error. Basically, through trial and error, the bad species, the weak dies, and the stronger survive, and they procreate, right? But there's some mechanics that are so fucking weird that like you have like multiple steps of a program that have to happen for it to happen in the first place. Like beavers. Beavers don't really even fucking make sense. Like they innately know how to build dams because they want to build a lodge to live underwater. But how did a fucking rodent, like how does a squirrel or a rat evolve to the point where it wants to live underwater in a cave, right? And then have the idea to build a dam to protect maintain the water around its lodge. It's just like, what? Like, when did a rat decide it wanted to swim underwater and live in a cave, and then it became a better idea than living in a hole? I don't know. Like, it really makes you wonder how certain things evolve, because like the idea of Darwinism doesn't really explain everything. In terms of just like evolution, it'd be very convoluted for a beaver to evolve, and like the locusts have to go through multiple steps before they finally swarm, and they do, and then there are multiple steps in the swarm, which is what he's explaining right now, which is even further than just turning into the locust in the first place, right? He's talking about how they will carry, like, move in a line, they'll swarm in a line across an area because it keeps their numbers up, because they've evolved to the point when they're in the locust swarm where they won't eat each other when they're moving in a line. Like, what the fuck? That's some crazy evolution.
Beyond the brain of any individual.
Insects are actually
we can
really
use
cool.
this to begin to understand how and why these swarms form, and
Look
therefore
at this.
how we can best minimize the impact on humans.
It's a couple of hours later. The imaging hangar has been blocked off from all humans for a while, and the researchers here are now seeing marching behaviour that has never been observed in the lab before. It's only ever been in the wild.
Because you're there, Tom Scott.
And they've come up with like a dozen ideas for new
He's the
experiments in
variable.
last 10 minutes.
Was Tom Scott here before? No. Is he here now? Yes. So obviously Tom Scott is triggering this behavior. Scientists should have caught on to this. I don't know what they did.
It's brilliant.
That's actually pretty cool, to be perfectly honest. Like I said, there's a guy somewhere that's paid to swing a ball at locusts, or at grasshoppers. Depends on whatever form. Locusts are actually a form of a certain type of grasshopper. They aren't just like it's like a colloquial term. Like, I don't know if those are grasshoppers or locusts. Locusts can fly, I believe, is the big difference. Grasshoppers balance where locusts can fly. Yeah, you influenced it totally. Locusts and grasshoppers are the same in appearance, but the locusts can exist in two different behavior states, solitary and gregarious, whereas most grasshoppers do not. Yeah. Do all grasshoppers turn into locusts? No. Only about 10 of them are likely to morph into swarming locusts. Of approximately 8,000 species of grasshoppers, only about 10 of them are likely to morph into swarming locusts. Crazy. Anyways. Fucking weird, guys. What time is it? We'll do one more, and then I wanted to take a look at the Critical Drinkers take on Super Mario Brothers. I want to watch the D&D, excuse me, Dungeons and Dragons movie, and I'm not going to watch Critical Drinkers take on that, and then I need to catch up on the Mandalorian, so... which apparently is pretty fucking bad this season. The Bo-Katan show, not the Mandalorian, the Bo-Katan show, excuse me. What was the other one? There's another one here, wasn't there? No.
Truly, we are living in strange times. A world where new Marvel and Star Wars movies are greeted with almost universal indifference, and a movie about a fat Italian plumber chugging magic mushrooms to fight a giant dinosaur is on track to make over $1 billion. And you know what? I love it. I mean, when it comes to making their transition to the big screen, Mario
Mandalorian
and Luigi
is
have had a bit of a rocky history. 9-year-old me.
He's not technically a white guy. Mandalorian is just a guy, unfortunately for him. And as such, in this day and age, we can't have a strong male protagonist. So Mandalorian had to take a back seat. They brought in Bo, and Mandalorian is basically a babysitter for the merch printer known as Grogu. As it turns out, surprise! But you could figure that out in season 2, that Bo was basically going to take over the show when Mandalorian basically had a battle of wits with her, at which he was tongue-tied, could not say anything that was on his mind, and basically acted like a bumbling buffoon because he's a guy. So, yep, writing's on the wall with that one.
Through the Bob Hoskins and Dennis Hopper movie way back in 1993, completely and utterly baffled at what I was seeing, a situation that remains unchanged to this very day. The film was such a nightmarish disaster that it basically soured Nintendo on the idea of big screen adaptations for the better part of 30 years. But it's amazing what a pair of successful Sonic movies from their old enemy Sega can do to change a company's mind. And so here we are in 2023, staring down the magical warp pipe of Super Mario Bros. The movie. It's nice to see that some rivalries never die. People have been going absolutely nuts over this film over the past week or so, hailing it as a turning point in the history of video game adaptations and possibly the future direction of Western...
I mean, I'd say Witcher did that, but Witcher was based on a book, right? So technically not. But yeah, most video game adaptations are pretty bad.
Cinema. Jesus, calm down, lads. But the reason you're probably watching this video is to find out if Super Mario Bros. Is actually any good, and more importantly, if it's worth parting with your hard-earned cash to go and see. Well, the answer is yes. Mostly. See, Super Mario Bros. Is the kind of film that's tailor-made for precisely two kinds of people. Young kids who enjoy bright colours and fast-paced action, and middle-aged gamers looking to relive their childhoods. If you fall into either one of these categories, then you're probably going to have a blast with this movie. And if you don't, then you're probably going to be left wondering what the fuck you just saw.
So wow!
Shut up! Anyway, the movie centers around everyone's favourite Italian plumbers, Mario and his brother Luigi. They've just quit their jobs to start their own plumbing business in Brooklyn and sunk all of their money into a TV ad to promote it. Their first gig doesn't go particularly well, however, and when Mario's family question the wisdom of risking everything on his crazy pipe dream, Mario starts to have doubts about where his life is heading. Then he gets sucked down a magical warp pipe and transported into an alternate dimension inhabited by talking mushroom people. So yeah, in case you hadn't noticed, the movie switches gears pretty quickly. Anyway, the gist is that the kingdoms in this land are under threat by Bowser, who's managed to get his hands on the Craggle, the superstar that's going to grant him the power to destroy anything in his path unless Princess Peach agrees to marry him. Why exactly would a giant talking dinosaur be romantically attracted to a human female? And what does he expect to get out of such...
I don't know. Dinosaurs lay eggs, so that's kind of... I guess maybe it's platonic. I guess the relationship there is platonic. Hentai in Japan probably could figure it out, though.
The relationship. Don't know, but it's a question that's haunted me ever since I was a little kid. Even worse, Mario and Luigi got separated on the way here, and Luigi's now been captured by Bowser's minions, leaving Mario with only one choice. Team up with Princess Peach, fight his way to Bowser's castle, rescue his brother, and save the Mushroom Kingdom. Oh yeah, and in order to get there, they're gonna need an army, which means recruiting Donkey Kong to join the fight. As I said earlier, this movie is heavy on references, in-jokes, and callbacks to the classic platforming games, and if you're not familiar with the lore of those games, then you're definitely gonna be left wondering what's going on. That being said, for people like me who wasted months replaying every level of Super Mario World or Donkey Kong Country looking for every possible hidden secret, it's a pretty cool experience when you realise how much stuff they were able to cram in here. There's a definite sense of reverence for the source material and a desire to reward longtime fans of the games. Oh my goodness, respect for the lore and for the customers? What kind of bizarre world are we living in here?
Not the
plot
US.
itself isn't exactly complicated, and the characters aren't going to inspire 5-hour video essays about their hidden meanings and motivations, but then again, what were you expecting? The original games weren't exactly heavy on story either, and I don't think many kids back then were desperate to know Mario's entire personal history or the intricate political situation of the Mushroom Kingdom. That being said though, I think there was more scope to tackle slightly more complex ideas than they did here. The best animated movies are the ones that appeal to both kids and the adults that took them to the movie theater in
Wreck-It Ralph.
the first place.
Wreck-It
Working
Ralph
with
is
subtle
a
but mature
phenomenal movie,
story
guys.
and character beats that appeal to different
That's a
generations.
non-Pixar
There's a reason
movie.
people still get emotional at the intro to Up or the ending for Toy Story 3.
Pixar
the
movies.
Sweet acknowledgement that sooner or later we all have to say goodbye to the simple innocence of our childhoods and leave behind the once treasured objects
Ghibli
that went
movies.
on the journey with us.
Basically,
Stuff like
Disney
that
movies.
tugs at the heartstrings of kids that know eventually it's gonna happen to them, but it hits even harder for the parents who already went through it. Basically, what I'm trying to say with all this pish is that there isn't really that same complexity of emotion or storytelling here. It's simple, straight up entertainment, and the only real theme that you can draw from it is the value of determination and loyalty to the people that you care about.
Friendship.
Pretty universal and inoffensive ideas, but hardly groundbreaking
Shonen
stuff.
stuff.
But as simple as they are, I think most of the characters come across as likeable and fun. Mario's a plucky underdog that everyone underestimates, driven by family loyalty and able to pick himself up and carry on when the going gets tough. He struggles and fails but never quite gives up and always finds a way to pull through to the end.
Typical
Luigi's
shonen
timid
vibes.
and reluctant, preferring to follow his brother's lead and always looking to Mario to protect him. He's probably the least well-served character in the movie since he spends most of his time locked up waiting to be rescued. And although he does redeem
I mean, they locked up Luigi instead of locking up Princess Peach because Peach has always been, the prince has always been the one being rescued, right? They can't have a woman be rescued nowadays. So instead, they locked up poor Luigi, who turns in, apparently he's the submissive bitch now. So, well, you can't all win. I guess Luigi's going to have his day at some point. So
himself at the end. It would have been nice to see the two brothers working together a bit more.
yeah,
Princess
because
Peach seems
a
to
lot
be
of the games
biggest
kind of rotate around the whole Mario Luigi synergy relationship, right? Between them being kind of two halves of the same coin.
bone of contention for most people, and it's not hard to see why. The modern Hollywood trend of elevating female characters into annoying, obnoxious girl bosses who can do everything that men can do, but better, is pretty well known at this point. And if the rumors are true,
I can do everything you can do better. Yeah, it's like someone saw that commercial. I believe it was Nike in like the, what was it, early 2000s or late 90s, and they're like, yeah, that's true. The song? It was a commercial based on a song? Annie, get your gun. Ethel Merman. Song is a duet with one male singer and one female singer attempting to outdo each other with increasingly complex tasks. Well, that's not the way it was presented in the commercial, so it was with Michael Jordan. Yeah. Gatorade. Yep, that's not the way it was presented. It wasn't a duel. It was the chick being the underdog and just trying to be better than the guy, and obviously being better than the guy. Yep.
true, that's exactly what the studio had planned before Nintendo stepped in and overruled them. And if that's the case, then fucking hats off to them, because I think this version of the character manages to one of the true Hollywood trend of elevating female characters into annoying, obnoxious girl bosses who can do everything that men can do, but better, is pretty well known at this point. And if the rumors are true, that's exactly what the studio had planned before Nintendo stepped in and overruled.
I could see it. That's my original interpretation, by the way, when I saw the trailer for it, which was just Princess Peach basically one-upping Mario. Yeah, I was like, uh-oh. But apparently that's not the way it turned out, so, yeah.
girl bosses who can do everything that men can do, but better, is pretty well known at this point. And if the rumours are true, that's exactly what the studio had planned before Nintendo stepped in and overruled them. And if that's the case, then fucking hats off to them.
Nintendo's still Japan.
The character manages to walk a pretty careful line, able to make decisions and look after herself without overshadowing and belittling the actual protagonist of the movie. Yeah, there's one or two little occasions when she's a bit too good at everything she does, and I noticed that the finale carefully adheres to the golden rule of modern writing that a woman can never be directly rescued by a man, but whatever. The point I'm making is that now she gets to do more than just scream at Mario, help me! She's a perfectly likeable and charming character all by herself. Ultimately, for all its simplicity and lack of narrative depth, Super Mario Bros. Comes across as the perfect palate cleanser for audiences worn down by divisive, preachy, and mean-spirited animated movies from the not-so-magic kingdom, or tedious and played-out superhero flicks in the twilight of their genre. And for all I joked about it at the start of this review, the box office numbers speak for themselves. We could just be witnessing a real shift in Hollywood and the kind of films that they make going forwards.
But not from the U.S. Just like, if you guys didn't know, there's going to be a remake of the Harry Potter movies, which are going to be based on a series instead of movies. And each book is going to get its own season from HBO. Yeah. And I thought at first, oh my God, this is going to be fucking horrid. But then apparently, Rowling is actually going to be an executive producer. She didn't allow HBO just to have their way with it. So we might actually have a very good decade of Harry Potter, like Game of Thrones Harry Potter. Like, yeah, holy shit. Like, I watched the original Harry Potter movies in the theater, and some of them were not very good, to be perfectly honest, but then other ones were actually very good. And, like, I'm not against that. And being recast with new actors, by the way, I don't think is a problem at all either. Like, you can only, like, milk certain characters or certain actors for so long before they kind of, like, you need a turn over a new leaf. And I really think they need to have new blood in order to get Harry Potter off the ground. Yeah. So I was like, holy shit, this is going to be horrible. Until I heard Rowling is an executive producer. So she can, like, basically overrule everyone to basically maintain the integrity of her books. Because there is a lot of controversy surrounding Harry Potter. And when I was watching the Harry Potter movies and books, I wasn't like, holy shit, they're trying to create genocide or something, because that didn't come across at all. And that's basically a lot of the way that people perpetuate it. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it actually could be very good. Once again, it's not from the U.S. HBO is a U.S. company, but it's a British author and a chick on top of it, and apparently a British feminist. Yeah. It's a fucking crazy world we live in, guys, where we're being saved. Our entertainment industry is being saved by other countries at this point. Because, like, in the U.S., we can't stand up to not being politically correct or cancel culture. And that's just the way it is. And I'm not saying you have to be super politically incorrect, but rather at the same point, the world is politically incorrect. And trying to perceive or portray the world as being politically correct, I think, is an atrocity. Because you are just, like, putting your rose-colored glasses on, washing over everything because you don't like the idea of other things being in here that might not be up to your standard, right? They might offend you because they're ideas that you don't like in real life. Yeah, it's a fantasy. It's a fantasy universe, especially when it deals with villains. Villains can do dumb things, and they can be evil. Villains can be evil. They don't need to be this whitewashed, like, kind of misstrewn character that just actually, like Kylo Ren. What the fuck was Kylo Ren? Like, he wasn't a villain, and he wasn't a good villain, and he wasn't even a good savior. So at the end of the day, he didn't fucking do anything. Fucking Kylo Ren sucked dick. And that's not his fault. The writers did him dirty. But he never even fucking won. He didn't become evil, and, like, they tried to give him a redemption arc like Vader, but even then he didn't really even do it. So, yeah, what? What the fuck, guys?
The era of the comic book movie is coming to an end, and after decades of false starts and misfires, the age of the video game adaptation might just be upon us.
Japan.
And quite frankly, I'm more than ready for it. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
But honestly, guys, based on, like, some of the footage you see in there, like he was reminiscing about, I very much could see if they had an original adaptation, like Mario would be turned into, like, Peach's bitch or something like that. And, if they wanted to have a Princess Peach movie, they could, right? Then it's the Princess Peach movie. But then it would alienate they don't want to, there's plenty of people that wouldn't want to go see the Princess Peach movie. They want to go see the Super Mario Brothers movie, right? They want to see the Mario Brothers. They don't want to see Princess Peach's movie. Because the Princess Peach still ever movie? Yeah. But is it going to have many people? No. But like, it seems like people in the U.S. like constantly try to bootstrap off of other IP and then just change who the main characters are to fit whatever kind of needs, agenda, what have you, narrative that they want to portray, and basically ruin it, just completely ruin it at the same time. So I don't know. Entertainment. That's like I actually could see that the HBO series, the Harry Potter series, could actually be very good, and we'll wait on that. But it's looking like Wheel of Time is a fantastic series of books. It's what I consider to be one of the best series of books in existence. Amazon got their hands on it after it was held by basically, they sat on the IP for like 2 decades. There's a company that had the IP, and they basically produced a shitty LARPing movie based on Wheel of Time, and they basically held on to it because of the way the contract worked. Amazon bought them out, and Amazon took the material and made the first TV series, which there's more coming out, mind you, about each book is extremely long. They're about 1,000 pages apiece. And they made the first movie 3 books, or the first TV series 3 books, and almost exclusively about Moraine, which is a side character. And then they changed like the lore of the Dragon Reborn was supposed to be like one of 3 guys, and then they include Eugene in there, which was she's the main character, but she's not one of the Dragon Reborn. She was just like lumped in there with the other 3 guys because obviously it has to be a chick too, right? And you're like, wait, what? That's not it. Like a pivotal moment in the change of times. They're like, yeah, no, it's not a guy. It could be a chick too. Yeah. And then at the end, like it wasn't even about like the Dragon Reborn, which is the main character of the series. And there's technically multiple main characters in Wheel of Time. It's such a long series, but like they made it all about the not Eugene, Moraine, which is the Azseti, which is basically like girl power female wizards, because the guy wizards don't exist because they basically go mad and kill everything and kill themselves and kill they literally just go mad with power. And it's a very cool series. I love the Wheel of Time. I love it. Absolutely love it. And Amazon took that shit and they literally, like, I don't know what the routers were thinking, but they literally took their fucking hand, they put on their fucking latex glove, and they went like you could feel someone's entire arm going up their ass. So it was so bad. It was so bad. And The Wheel of Time is a phenomenal series. By the way, I wouldn't recommend necessarily reading it if you weren't into reading, but if you commute, guys, if you spend a lot of time in a bus or a car, listen to the books. The audiobooks are very well done, and they aren't that expensive either. And to be perfectly honest, they're phenomenal. They're absolutely fantastic books. And I've mentioned this before. I used to read a lot when I was a kid. This is a true story. I used to read a lot when I was a kid. I read sci-fi and fantasy, and then I read The Wheel of Time, and then I couldn't get into any books after that. It literally ruined reading for me. Like, I still technically read, especially through college, but like it ruined reading as entertainment for me because every other book I've read from other authors was not as good as Wheel of Time. And after that point, I couldn't read anything else. It just wasn't good enough. And yeah, that was my expenditure into reading. And then I got into anime like a couple years later. That was when I was really young. I really loved Wheel of Time. Actually, I think it was when I was getting into anime is when I read that, and they're great. They're fucking phenomenal. And the Wheel of Time TV series, absolutely terrible. So, you know. Anyways, let's move along here, guys, into the Reddits. Let's take a look at the Reddits here, and we can play some guys then. First, I'm going to wash out my coffee cup, too, before it gets too late. Grab a soda. One second, guys. Alrighty. Anyways, kind of sad because the guy that makes R.R. Martin, the guy that no, not R.R. Martin, Robert Jordan, the guy that makes Wheel of Time, basically died, and it's his family or his wife managing his estate. And you know, if you're not the actual person making the stuff, you're probably only going to care so much, right? Kind of sad because his work is phenomenal. And she even, the last couple books, he had so many notes for his end book because he died of cancer. He had so many notes for his end book that she got a writer to step in to finish his books for him, and which is what he wanted. They picked out a writer before he died. And his last book had so many notes for it, he had to turn the last book into 3 books. It was only supposed to be 1 book. And he had so many notes and things that he tried to accomplish. Imagine like season 8 of Game of Thrones, only like 3 more seasons, right? Yeah, incredible. Wheel of Time, hands down, could be one of the best cinematic experiences in existence. And Amazon went and fucked it, so... I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know what kind of oversight there is for writing, but... let's move along. One thing I wanted to take a look at is this real quick. Well, not really, actually. I want to see what the Vcache is about. I'll take a look at that tomorrow, since we're getting so late. Anyways, AMD Reddits. Excuse me, Overwatch Reddits. Ah, I got lovely messages. Removing profile levels was the worst decisions ever made. I think a lot of people would agree with that. They did a lot of stuff from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, which was essentially just trying to make the game seem different, that actually just made it worse. It's like Windows 11 to Windows 10. Excuse me, Windows 10 to Windows 11. And I think the whole reason Windows 11 exists is to make you agree to a new EULA, essentially, so they can do different things like insert ads and shit. Average rank displayed before each match should be visible for the entire game, yeah. Also should show you when people are grouped together. AMD Reddits. Tell me which BIOS you use in your motherboard, please. I have the latest BIOS, which is a beta BIOS. BIOS. Yeah, it's been out of beta. Usually the beta BIOSes last like 2 weeks. She didn't. Beta BIOS? This is new. No? You're not going to pop up the window? Okay. Not beta? I was pretty sure this said beta before. 4.11. Came out. Oh, let's compare. p.m. Ah. 6400. Tell you if it's dual rank or single rank. It's not stable at 6,000. I thought it was stable too until I ran a mem test. noticed a couple upgrades between the Athlon 64 and his Sony M50X 3D. We talked about that yesterday. Gross misallocation of resources. DVD Reddits. Alrighty, so we're tweaking. Yesterday we tweaked my 4G decoding / SAM, which is smart access memory / resizable bar in Overwatch 2, which originally I had off because it seemed to increase input lag. And after tweaking it, it kind of seems like it's better now, but at the same time, not really. So, could be my chipset driver's outdated. That's a work in progress. There's a couple other things I want to try as well. I'm pretty sure we're going to be playing comp this week. I don't know when. Maybe tomorrow. Like midway through the week or at the beginning of the week. Gotta go through. Oh, same one. Anyways, I've been messing around with it, and it looks like my accuracy is lower, but it also looks at the same time it could have been the games I was in, and that's what we're waiting to figure out, if whether or not it's the games or my accuracy is just worse now. And that takes some gamazes, because it doesn't feel like something where it feels like my direct hits are more on point, so not sure. All right. Uh-huh. Yeah, anyways, the Wheel of Time TV series reminded me, it's almost as bad as the Shannara Chronicles movies. It's been HBO TV, not HBO, MTV. It's an MTV take on the Shannara Chronicles books, which apparently were pretty good, but the TV series was horrid. That was absolutely terrible. I remember watching that like a decade ago and being absolutely floored by how bad it was. Yeah, it literally reminded me of like a series from like maybe the 80s or something, LARPing in the 80s and turned into a movie series, a TV series.
From above. Good leadership makes all the difference. Hello. Greetings.
Thank you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Time to show them who's boss. Affirmative.
Pretty sure that would have been an environmental kill. That would have been an environmental kill if I didn't actually kill him.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker. Concussive out. Got one here. Taking the objective. Convert on me. Enemy here. Got one here.
Good.
Where's it? Enemy here. On the move. I go. Hey. Health restored. Up and away. Scatter.
Fuck was he hiding?
En route. I'll find a back door. Over there.
Ah,
System repaired.
yeah.
EMP
We got it.
repositioning.
Attack the objective.
Hola. Hey. Let's
Without
show 'em
Sonic,
some
you're-
air power.
Shooting. I saw this earlier, and I was like, eh. So we killed this guy immediately out of the gates at the beginning of the match, and he eagle toggled from the looks of it. So, tough, dude. That's another guy that might be cheating too. You have hero. Can't tell. Cheat gap, it's not a somber gap. McCree we know is cheating because he pre-aimed through the wall when it's coming around the corner. Hanzo might not be though.
I like this place.
Number one thing you can always depend on, guys, is the ego of fucking cheaters. Like, without a doubt. The hubris, the fucking fragile ego of people that cheat usually is like a lead indicator when people will toggle on, is when something bad happens to them and they can't handle it, so. Yeah. They want the DPS? No.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Don't let it get you. It's time to focus. I knew I could count on you. They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
The objective is now
That's McCree.
I don't stay down. Up and away.
Bye.
But you did. I see an enemy. Special delivery. Taking off.
What?
I don't think so.
Say. Excuse you. I need that. Thank you.
Health restored. Enemy over here. Let's show him some air power. Repositioning.
Oh. Got hit around the side.
I'm taking the objective. Converge on me.
Ooh, beautiful. Baited the shit out of that. Oh, that's beautiful. This guy's definitely cheating, as I mentioned before. Oh, good shit.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker. Increasing altitude. Mercy on call. The skies await. Aerial positioning underway. Got an enemy here. Feeling more power. I am empowered.
Hank's down a good spot. No. Well. I think we can do. Pretty sure. Oh my god. What the fuck is she doing? Oh my god. I somehow didn't actually go into the objective. So I'm pretty sure the Hanzo is cheating as well. The Tracer was also cheating. Ah, he's using a Zim. Is this the Hanzo or is that the Tracer? This is the Tracer. The Zim user. Which is weird, because at the beginning of the match it didn't look like he's cheating at all. I've seen this before. Take some explaining. That's a Zim user. And I guess the Hanzo's just cheating. Oh, he also had pre-aim. Oh, I forgot to list that. So... Yeah, next game. Zim users, guys. If you guys didn't know, Zim users are basically basically just as bad as using an aimbot. This is essentially, you can use a keyboard and mouse with aim assist from the game, which is an aimbot, so... It's basically identical to an aimbot. And they don't look anything like gamepad. If you've used a gamepad, you know how you have gamepads do a lot like this. They don't do a lot of circular movement, because it's very hard to do circular movement with gamepad. There's a lot of strafing to intercept the target, and left, right, or up, down. It looks very, very, well, an awful lot like a joystick, to be perfectly honest, the way it works. That did look nothing like it. It is very, very, very difficult to get most, like, looking aim out of a gamepad. Anyone that's watching that knows what to look for would immediately be able to tell it's a Zim. So.
Just one more mission. Establishing aerial position.
Yeah, the weird thing about that was, like, it looked like he definitely looked like he was looking at me through walls a couple times there. Even though he's cross-platform, which would indicate he's not actually on Windows. But as we talked about with Dead by Daylight,
Increasing altitude.
5, 4, 3.
feels feel. I don't know if this is better than.
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Widow.
I knew I could count on you. Enemy here.
Enemy vector calculated.
45. Does it start? Let's find out. Good.
Taking off. Making another approach. Repositioning.
Enemy vector calculated. Come over here.
Establishing aerial position.
Yeah. You 100% accurate now? Yeah. Huh, that's kind of weird.
Excellent teamwork.
Why'd you do that? You literally set up an ult, and that guy just pulled me away from the ult. Where I had a chance to kill something. I have no fucking idea why that guy pulled me.
Heads up.
I don't know, that didn't hit him. No. No. Kind of weird how accuracy of Widows goes up 5,000% when they jump in the air, but they do. So, I mean, I could. Nope. Pretty sure the Widow's cheating, toggling though. Oh, infravision. Maybe not. We'll see.
My head's in the game.
An enemy appears.
Positioning. Aerial positioning underway.
Enemy vector calculated.
A
threat emerges.
Notch the mother.
Enemy vector active. Threat emerges. Enemy vector calculated.
I don't know, I'd still go with cheating. Yeah. Like I said, I'm pretty sure toggles on and off. Goes through phases of hitting all his shots and then banks accuracy by not missing all of them, and then goes back to hitting all his shots.
An enemy appears.
Taking off.
60 seconds.
Bye bye. Oh my god.
From above.
Yeah. Not sure what that guy's doing.
Push forward now.
Yeah. No shit. Uh-huh. Oh yeah? You gonna hit all your shots? You did. But I ducked behind cover just in time. What the fuck's the point of that?
Think so.
A threat emerges.
Huh.
Enemy vector calculated.
Also not sure how I got pulled twice just now. You guys just saw that. I got pulled to one location, then pulled to another location. Yeah. I mean, they just pulled him off the cart. Bravo, team. Bravo. You guys did great. The fuck was that? I mean, it saved him, but he was literally the only thing keeping overtime going, so.
Play of the game.
Alright. We're gonna go with, my experiment has failed. We got like two matches, and this morning wasn't even that amazing. 11 isn't very good. I mean, obviously we had cheaters. Widowmaker. Let's change things, guys. I don't think this is working. We're gonna revert. E? Okay. Start. Good, good, good. Now I gotta do some stuff that you guys can't see. I wish I could show you my BIOS, but I can't. Evening sugar? I love my sugar. Not very exciting, guys, when I have subpar accuracy and can't kill shit, so. See if we can change that. There's a lot of options. So even when I get a reflex analyzer, guys, on my monitor, there's going to be options that aren't going to show up in just like input lag or FPS. And that's one of the problems where we're at with gaming right now is like figuring out how to get stuff from your fleshy meat bag into the computer and have it be accurate, right? I'm actually debating on actually just trying a different mouse too. Still haven't. Ah, kites. I love kites. Burp, burp, burp. Windows update that kind of fucks her shit. Actually, curiously, did it install it again? It's kind of the way 4G decoding has always felt, though, is when you turn it on, it feels kind of weird and maybe better, but at the same time, it doesn't. I think it's input delay. It adds something. Something's off. Something's off about it. I don't know what it is. Okay. Try again.
Strike from above.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Someone I don't know. I don't know.
Strike from above.
But apparently they know me. Once again, I don't think I think almost no one in this game knows I stream. They just know that I play a fuckload of Pharah. That's it. The fuck game. Invisible wall.
Why does your face look so familiar?
There's a price on my head in 17 countries. I'm hoping for an even 20.
Yeah, that's it.
You are bold
Bet you
to
do.
stand against Vishkar on your own.
I'm not alone. The scientific community is on my side.
It would be wise not to count on that for long.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Establishing
Attackers
aerial
incoming.
position.
Defend objective
I am power.
Oh, I don't know if I did that. I don't think so. Okay. Should've went down. I thought there was a healer next to the Bastion. It wasn't. Ruh-roh. What do we have with little Bastion-chan? What is that?
Thanks
Fuck
for
that Pharah. Yeah, I kind of felt that way.
positioning.
There's a lot of life weavers that are don't seem to be more trolling. They're becoming less safe with their pulls and just kind of doing them whenever the fuck they want. All right, Mercy.
Shake it off.
Heroes never die.
I see an enemy.
Alright.
You don't have to. Justice served.
Okay. Hey, we got healed! Oh my god! While standing next to both healers that are just IFK. That's incredible. Uh-huh. Okay.
Repulsion. I see an enemy. Enemy over here.
Poor Lucio. He's dead. All he's doing is riding walls, guys. Make it over the wall. We have healers here somewhere, mind you. Doing something.
Not done yet. Messy, but we got it done.
I mean, there's a Reinhardt. So. Ah, the Me Too Pharaoh.
Enemy over here.
Uh-huh.
I am power. Enemy here.
Bye.
Room for one raptor in the skies.
There we go. I want to kill him, but I can't do it without being behind a wall. Which we did. We survived, guys. Didn't see him. Good. Oh, my team has just one die of the Pharaoh, guys. Me too, Pharaoh. Good. Fucking Ash, fuck off.
Heroes never die.
We have a fucking Mercy, guys, literally flying around, not doing anything. For whatever reason. It's pretty incredible. Neither killing the other Mercy, nor killing the Pharah, nor healing me, nor healing anyone on my team. Isn't that pretty incredible? Well, I have an Ashe, a Pharah, and a Mercy babying me. We may have a toggle too.
All systems
On top of it. Wasn't earlier though. But now he's landing all of his direct hits. Good. Guess after getting directed so much, he had toggle. Good for him. That'll happen. And then, of course, we die to the other guy. That's also shooting at me. No.
Shake it off.
I'm gonna get rezzed.
Aerial positioning underway.
Yeah, too bad we don't have literally anyone on our team that is shooting at the Pharah except for me. There we go.
Enemy team neutralized.
Engaging enemy combatants. Dusting off.
Jesus Christ. Like, literally doesn't realize that the fucking Ashe is sitting in the back shooting at me this entire fucking time. What dumb shit. Unbelievable. Like I mentioned before, guys, one of the most obnoxious things is when you play against another Pharah. Like this fucking, Ashe once again. You play against another Pharah and they don't even fucking notice. They don't even fucking notice when other people are shooting at you. They're just being dumbasses. This guy's 100% cheating, mind you. Yeah. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's a toggle on and off, and started halfway, maybe a minute into playing Pharah, or so. No. You can literally see, like, was I going to land on the ground? Why would you shoot at the ground?
Defeat. Play of the game.
Someone just had to go Bastion and mow you. Yeah. And by the way, our Mercy, definitely not on point. I think I had a Mercy pocket maybe 2 or 3 battles there. I had a Mercy pocket. I pointed out immediately, guys, when she was flying around with her ult on, not shooting at anything, not healing anything, and then I died right at the end. Like, what the fuck is the point of that? That's completely pointless. Like I said, oblivious fucking Pharahs, and this guy's cheating on top of it. It's like a minute. Yeah, literally just fucking charges in to basically W key me down. Yeah, it's the only shit you can do when people are cheating, mind you. He's so confident in his aim because it's done for him, so. Unbelievable. Let's take a look here, guys. So, here's my DPS. There was their Ashe. Their Ashe killed me like 3 times in there. Ours basically never killed their Pharah. Well, they got heal-botted. Well, I guess our Mercy was doing healing. I mean, she's not doing healing, but she wasn't healing me. Yeah. They had a Kiriko in here doing something. They had a Kiriko too. Once again, Mercies do a lot more healing when they're pocketing. If you look at the pocket here on their Pharah, a lot more fucking healing, or a lot less healing, excuse me. Because all they're doing is healing the damage this guy was taking. You can literally make a correlation between the amount of damage this guy took in the match and the amount of healing the Mercy has. Yeah. Fucking crazy shit. Like I said, it's one of the most obnoxious things, by the way, is dealing with a Pharah that tries to have a pissing contest with you when you have to deal with hit scan that are actually good in the match. And you can't not deal with the Pharah, because someone has to deal with the Pharah, and almost always I'll never get a team that has people on it that shoot the Pharah. For whatever reason, I'm like the primary DPS or something, and the other DPS on our team and the healers are incapable of shooting the Pharah. Except for me, as a Pharah, which Pharah is not a counter to Pharah. Oh my god. Deep lobby. Fucking obnoxious, because then they think they're hot shit when they aren't. They literally don't even notice anyone around them. What the fuck is that? Stop, Shiva. But yeah, I would say that guy was just better. About a minute into him playing Pharah, he was just a lot better as far as direct hits go. Sure. Huh.
Shake it off. Best round.
It's Hanu.
Obnoxious, guys.
Score 0-1.
Hello there. If you ever need help, talk to me, Angela.
It's one of the most obnoxious things to deal with, though. It's very frustrating. So obviously dying to another Pharah is incredibly, incredibly frustrating in and of itself, and stressful. But on top of it, like, you have an enemy team that's fully capable of shooting at me regardless, a Pharah that has no idea that their teammate's basically doing the work, and just constantly trying to hit on my dick, and I'm the only one of my teammates doing anything, while basically having the entire enemy team fucking with me. Fucking obnoxious shit. I should have checked for a pre-made and I didn't. The Reinhardt didn't even fucking do anything. He didn't need to. May.
LOL. Making another approach. Taking off. I will not waste this opportunity.
There's the May again. There's literally like 3 people on their team trying to kill me, guys, which means we essentially have 1 person, possibly 2 people on our team that are basically dead weight, which is probably why I need to start playing comp. So you won't have that. Well, you'll still have that, just won't be as common. Got. Alright. Got. My God, mercy.
Aerial positioning underway. Heroes never die.
Ooh, he was 1 missile away from dying. What? I just saw our diva go into the puddle, guys. Good. We're gonna make it. We can try. Nope. This game. That was a backfill. I think the synopsis here is 4G decoding still sucks. I didn't fix it. Felt like I did, but I didn't. Or maybe I did, but I don't think I did. I swear to God, guys, like just turning things on and off, like it's just like one day it'll feel good and another day it won't. And it seems like you have to form a trend and it takes fucking forever because obviously fleshy meat bags prone to error, so then you have to increase your data points to decrease the error.
I wish violence never solved anything.
Aerial positioning underway. Affirmative. Greetings. I'm in charge. Don't forget that. I think you're clever.
I've never been more ready for adventure. Funny.
No. I need help.
5, 4, 3, 2,
I am
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
What just happened to my concussion missile? Huh? Where's there, Philly man? There he is. Where fucking Mercy run off? Heard clip-clops of a widow. Yes, it did. Oh, buddy. Inside the car? So she left me to die anyways. Where the fuck? I didn't even know there's a stairwell there. What was that? I didn't know there's a stairwell in there. I didn't know that building existed. What? How many hours have I spent on this map and I didn't even know that existed there? Maybe that's new? I don't remember the building have windows and a stairwell in it. Oh, what is that? Oh. Widow. Also, our Tracer here might be getting ahead of herself. You know. Yeah.
Always more to learn. En route.
Healing here. At your convenience.
Yeah. Time to kick some tail. Repositioning.
Actually looks like he flicked past me.
All systems nominal.
Okay, this isn't helping. Pretty sure the Widow's cheating now. She missed a shitload of shots earlier in the match, and now she hits everything. It's 100% cheating. It looked like it was a hard lock too. Good. You. Whoa. Nom nom nom. Tasty innards. Something cannibalistic about that. It should have been a beating heart or something on the ground.
I don't think so.
And that's still broken.
Rains from above. Enemy here. Aerial positioning underway.
Infravision? What do you think? No. Nope. Holy shit. That wasn't even on the fucking screen. The fuck is that? She just fucking tried to pre-shoot me through the fucking wall just now. 100% cheating. Well, at least there's infravision this time. Last time there was not infravision.
I don't stay down.
We're gonna do the kite. Tracer.
Returning to battle. En route.
That. She literally just fucking hacked me and then jumped. No, ran behind me.
The skies await.
Like I said, it very much feels sometimes like the entire game is balanced around me. Like, we aren't picking up slack here. We literally don't have another DPS. We don't have a heal bot either. God. Best of intentions. I mean, it's quick play and everything, but Jesus Christ. No. Oh, I don't feel like falling back immediately to point where they're going to push into. Because you have to hold ground. Doesn't matter. I'm going to get headshot here, or I'm going to get headshot across the map. At least we had a choke point we can handle right there. So. This is all the shots at him, hits all the shots at me. Yep. Poo-poo tree. Waste of missiles. Yep. Our Kiriko, instead of healing me, tried to kill the Sombra. Oh, she did heal me. There's a little piece of paper at the end there. Line of sight, the Widow. Yeah.
I don't stay down. Enemy here.
Dead. Good? We have a team here, by the way. Doing something, somewhere. Too afraid to die. They need to get rid of the fucking death mechanic. It's fucking stupid. It causes people to do really stupid shit. Yeah, no. There is definitely... Oh my god, 14 deaths! Yeah, because I was literally fucking going... I was the only one killing anything. I was legitimately the only person... Like I said, they need to remove the death stat. This makes people do a really, really stupid shit, guys. In that game, I was the only one accomplishing anything. I have 2 times. This guy just sat on top of the cart, jerked off, and got heals while shooting the tank. I was the only one that actually killed things in that match, which is why we kept getting focused. Yeah, and we weren't getting fucking heals. The fucking hobgoblin fucking tank was just sitting on the cart, never pushed out. And when I pushed out, they told me I should go back to the cart. The fuck is that? You don't hold the front line by going to your backmost line and just sitting on it. That's not how you hold positions on a battlefield. You don't go, let's retreat to the final stand. No, you have you have to move back your lines as the battle progresses. And when you kill them all, you have to push forward and retake ground. Holy fucking shit. You got 14 deaths. Yeah, no shit, because I literally was the one killing everything. Jesus fucking Christ. Also, their widow was cheating. That didn't help things either. Fucking crazy. And their Sombra / Tracer also look like they're cheating. And then they switched to Sombra, not so much. It was on Tracer. That widow was definitely cheating, though. Yep. That's a new account right there. Not a new account as in it's a new account, but rather you're going to need a new account. Diamond? The fuck you're a diamond? Diamond plat? You're not a fucking diamond plat. You can get the fuck out of here. 100% accurate widow. Suck my dick. They were a diamond at the beginning of the match. They were not a diamond at the end of the match or a minute into the match.
Strike from above. Up and away. Double, you aren't watching the skies.
Now traveling to Busan. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Oh my god, you have 14 deaths as Pharaoh with 18 fucking limbs and literally the only one killing shit. Yeah, no fucking shit, I died a lot because their entire team, not all of their team, like 3 of the people on their team, sometimes 4, were trying to kill me. The Widow was always trying to kill me. The Ana was trying to kill me. And the Doomfist and Sombra, mainly the Sombra / Tracer, was trying to kill me. The only one that wasn't killing me most of the time was the fucking pedal guy and occasionally the tank. Holy fuck.
Just fly to me, Angela. Ah, my hero. You're like a knight in flying armor. That's what I'm going for.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I've heard the anxiety meme, or not meme, dad joke. Aim is seen as use. Yeah, you lost your heal bot apparently. Whatever that was.
All systems nominal.
The objective is now active.
Mm-hmm. Cheating. Pre-aim. Good.
Shake it off. I knew I could tell you. I've got you covered. On the move. Enemy over here. I am empowered.
always the weebs, guys. Well, not always. Like, majority of cheaters are weebs. I don't know why.
Incoming.
They outnumber us.
Living in the shonen fantasy world. Just because you live in a fantasy world doesn't mean you should be cheating. Oh. Are they?
Thanks for the assist.
I don't know, guys.
Enemy here.
That's a soldier. And now we got Hanzo that doesn't miss. That's pre-aim. He's cheating now. He's just looking at, I think it looks like the tank through the wall just now. Snapped the tank. Good.
Shake it off.
I see one.
On the move.
2 minutes in. Bye. This guy keeps hopping around corners while looking at my position. Did he actually see me with line of sight? No. Things were pointing out.
Always more to learn.
Enemy here.
Aerial positioning underway.
Valkyrie is charging.
Scandinavian style? No, it has to be lean. Mate, I see one.
Thanks for the assist.
No, he just insta-gib the healer with 2 taps and then insta-gib me.
I know, checking in. All systems nominal. Taking to the air.
Farewell.
Too many cheaters. Not cool. We give him too much time to set up. He's gonna stop me before I ever sit down, so. Do that. We don't get denied immediately at the last second. That guy's 150% cheating. Good for him.
Making another approach.
As well as the Hanzo. Hanzo wasn't right away. That was like, what, 2 minutes in?
Score 0-1.
Shit.
Don't be afraid to ask for help out there.
It's not the Hanzo, it's some Korean.
Let's get started. Got a lot of systems that need hacking.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Yep.
My ultimate is done.
I don't know if he's alluding to the guy cheating or if he actually thinks, or if he's trying to compliment the guy.
Much better. Establishing aerial position.
The objective is now
Toggled off now. Kind of looks that way. Listen.
Anyone want to join me?
Missing again. No. I think it might be untoggled, I'm not sure. Sometimes they'll just turn down their accuracy, so like you'll think they're untoggled when they aren't. Yeah, he's missing a lot now. Where he wasn't missing earlier. Yeah, he still has an 8-hour wall hack on though. So he turned down his accuracy or untoggled his aim, but he still has his wall hack on, which is the most notable reason I thought he was cheating in the first place. It was a pre-aim through pillars earlier. Didn't miss, too late. That completely different accuracy than earlier. That's like almost normal. Yeah, it's like 40% accuracy. That's like what McCree's normally are, like top 500 McCree's. I don't know about the Hanzo, he's too far away to actually do anything though. Doesn't matter. And he's two tapping, it's like he heard that I said that he wasn't cheating anymore. My god, line of sight.
Time to kick some tail.
Bye.
Always more to learn.
Scandinavian style? No, it has to be Lindholm.
Taking off.
You're just fucking around now. Fucking tank. Good. Step off screen.
Making another approach. Aerial positioning underway.
Yep. Hey, we finally found a time to use. Oh, dude. Remember we talked before about revenge kills? Yep. That happens when people are cheating. Guys just looking to add things for dogpiling.
Okay, my head's in the game. Nano boost that's in the air.
I see one.
Much better.
Yeah, he's trying to get a BM kill now. So we're just gonna hide? He's gonna waste time. Trying to kill me. Yeah. It wasn't the Hanzo that killed me.
Let's show him some air power.
Literally fucking staring at me through a wall.
Hang on, team. Play of the game.
Alright. Unfortunately, like, even if you do this shit, like, it doesn't tell people when people get banned, like, in your games. So, like, these guys are just jacking off in my chat. Like, have no idea because they don't know people cheat. Like, this is most people have no idea people cheat, but clearly the McCree was definitely cheating. McCree is definitely cheating. The Hanzo also cheating, and at the end they're just trying to BM. Even if they get banned, like, it doesn't, I don't get anything attached to my account that says, oh, I've played with X number of cheater games, right? At the end of the day, these guys are still fucking with me, which are my teammates, because they don't actually understand what's happening in the game because they don't think people cheat. Because it's actually incredibly, incredibly easy to cheat. But at the same time, this guy was definitely cheating, and this guy was also definitely cheating. This guy more so than this guy. We saw him looking at me through walls multiple times in round one. So, like, there's no I told you so moment, like a redemption arc or anything like that. So you have people, even if they get banned, which Blizzard doesn't even give out action notices anymore, like tells you if people are getting banned. I've gotten one of those, only one, despite the fact that we definitely know people are getting banned because we're using the squelch method to see when new accounts appear, because people just remake the account with the same username, and you can tell it's remade because they don't have the squelch anymore, because people can't just undo squelch. And we know that, like, repeat cheaters, we know they're getting banned, but Blizzard doesn't even tell you anymore. And it's not just for this, it's also for actions on, like, everything community. Like, if people have foul language or whatever, it just doesn't tell you anymore. Okay, and then the Hanzo, that was about 2-minute mark. Snaps off screen, but we ran out of space, so. That sucks! That's the best way to make footage, though, is just have them rage cheating basically the entire map. You could literally, the entire match, you could literally see the McCree doing that for the first round 1. And then he's like, maybe I should dial things back a little bit, which is when I said he's missing. And then we pushed him, basically killed both him and the Hanzo a couple times, and then started cheating again. Like, you could immediately tell there's a stark difference between when the McCree was cheating and when he wasn't. Because he went from 40%-ish accuracy to 100% accuracy in 2 taps. So, it's unfortunate, guys. Like, at the end of the day, like, I'm not going to get messages. They aren't going to know that I was in a game and I was right or something like that, right? Like, it just doesn't happen. So, it's unfortunate. Which is why AI anti-cheat is needed, guys. Because it is incredibly easy to cheat. Although I've talked about that infinitely at this point, so. It almost makes you want to cheat yourself, so then people aren't going to cheat against you. Uh-huh.
Welcome to the outer deck. Select your hero.
That'll happen. That's probably one of our more blatant cheat games tonight, too. We had the fair earlier, this cheating that was obnoxious to deal with. Huh. And by the way, regardless of whatever our teammates said in that last game, they literally did nothing. So it didn't matter. Like, they're just trying to blame the whole game on me while at the same time literally not capable of doing anything. While basically I was getting focused. So, yeah. There's actually a bridge back there. No one uses, but McCree's on it. Oh my god, why would you go that way? Why would you go that way? Why wouldn't you back up? Controller? Yeah, that's the controller tank. See, like, you can immediately tell when it's a gamepad, right? It's like left, right, up, down. That's literally what it looks like. But if they're playing at this elo, that probably means the other guy's using a Zim. Basically cheating. He's an aimbot. Yep. Or it's just the guy in the group that's actually cheating, so. Fucking crazy. I really could use heals. I'm literally right next to the healers right now. Okay. I guess I'll go for the med kit over here. Don't mind if I do. This guy's cheating. We gotta get rid of him. Fucking kill him. Thank you. Oh my god. She's like sitting there deciding whether or not she wanted to shoot him. Holy fuck.
I don't stay down.
And we still don't push the cart. So, like, out of all the characters you can play, I guess that guy's just trolling. Out of all the characters you can play on, he's picking the dwarf because it's most annoying. We're just gonna W key. Go over here, grab that. We're gonna go over here. Fucking around doing whatever. There.
My ultimate is ready.
Nanoboost administered.
I'm feeling unstoppable. Tactical visor activated.
That's 3 hits. 4 hits. Enemy turret down.
Close. Probably means we can go after the healers. If it's a council group, they're probably depending on their healers to carry right now. Or excuse me, the dwarf to carry. Yeah. Yeah. So what it's kind of mean, it's basically the elo is that dwarf, which is now on the widow. Yeah, because he knows he has to carry. No. And they're probably just gonna get heal botted up too. Oh yeah? Are you just all of a sudden gonna become amazing? Uh-oh. Well, we know the widow was already cheating. Definitely looked like it's behind the wall on this screen.
Let's show him some air power.
But yeah, the same guy that missed all the shots earlier, all of a sudden becomes really accurate. God. Okay, fuck off, Lightweaver. Oh. I was literally trying to go in for a Q, and then Lightweaver decided he had to pull me around for whatever reason. Yeah, and that possibly could have been a 2 or 3K there. So everyone was gathered around the tree. Oh. Oh. Plain line of sight. Tank is cross-platform, so that's not an issue. Oh, this is... Wait, no, the...
Always more to learn. Repositioning.
Nano boost
Kill the widow.
None of you can stop me. Let's take him to the wasteland.
Who we have to kill? Widow once again. What it?
Down goes another patrol. Something to kill here. See an enemy.
Yeah, bye. Oh, there's a Mercy, isn't there? Fucking Mercy. Oh, God. Yeah. There's a Widow again. Forgot about the Mercy, guys. I knew the Ana was there.
Returning to battle, up and away.
We're gonna check pre-made here in a second. Oh, there we go. Ana is much more accurate than they were earlier in the match. Looks like a hit reg miss too. Or shot through my feet, maybe?
Come on, team. Push the pace.
Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure their Ana is also cheating now. It wasn't earlier, though. It was after we capped P1. Here's the BM.
Keep it tight.
Play this song, man.
10 seconds remaining.
Gotta go now.
Let's keep it going.
Oh, is he toggled off for the end of the match?
Play of the game.
No one can hide from my sight.
Yeah, because I killed him. Because he's not good. What? What about cheating? There is no God mode. It's not invulnerability. Just because you cheat does not make you good at video games, guys. So that's a 5-stack, mind you. And then it looked like the Ana was cheating too, so probably plugged in a Zim at the end there. Completely, you could immediately tell. Like, I swear to God, when we looked at this, let's take a look at this. At the beginning of the match, I swear I only saw 2. I only saw 2 cross-platform. I'm actually curious now. Fuck. Can't check. Because I have to publish my video. That's pretty obnoxious, guys. Good evening, Anger. Oh my God. So this guy's cheating. We know that for sure. Toggle. It's basically since the beginning of the game. And it was Ana. and it was very, very different than they were earlier in the match. So this guy's a Zim and this guy's cheating, just straight out. Good shit. You encounter those. Alright guys, I gotta take a piss. Still not as bad as our earlier matches. Would he have 11 deaths if he was cheating? Yeah, he would if he's fucking shit at the game. Would he have 11 deaths if he's shit at the game? Or if he's cheating? Yeah, he would, because he's shit at the game. That's the way it goes. Because I was fucking ambushing and killing him constantly. I'm responsible for half his deaths, maybe? Yeah, because I'm literally the only one going for him. Oh. Jesus Christ, guys. Okay, I gotta take a piss, guys. 1 second. Hey, Ooze. Unbelievable. Alright. Crazy shit, guys. Crazy game. I had a friend request from someone I don't know. Good. Can't be from my stream. There's no way you can actually see my name.
Now entering King's Row.
Like, you see my username, but you don't see my battle tag.
Strike from above.
Right now, this the name.
Mine.
You answered Winston's recall, even after all you went through.
If I am called, then I do not answer. What is left, Anna?
You
Oh, who the fuck is it? I have no idea who that is either.
nothing to
Why do people know me? There must be a cheater forum somewhere talking about me. I played against Ben Sam. I cheated and I got banned. This guy's out. He's a tyrant. Kill him. Kill him. Make him hate Overwatch too. Then you'll never play again. The lamppost deck him? Oh yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. She was trying to shoot me through the lamp. Oh my god. Not good. No. Cheater got out. Alleged cheater. No.
Time to kick
Yeah.
some tail.
Like I said, we need to start playing comp because I'm at the wrong elo as far as SVMM goes for quick play. So then I get a lot of people that are cheating at the game because they think I'm cheating because I'm at the wrong elo. Because obviously if I'm really good, obviously it means I'm cheating, right? Kind of the reverse of the normal logic for people. Normally cheating. Is that a guy? No, that's not the guy.
Always more to learn.
It's a different guy. So what I was doing earlier was I was blocking his ability to line of sight with the lamp. With the fucking lamp. And notice he couldn't shoot my... I was basically perfectly blocking the sides of my chest and my head. He could shoot my feet, he could shoot my lower torso, he could shoot my left and right arms, but he didn't get line of sight on my chest. So basically the lock points were blocked. And as such, he didn't shoot me because he couldn't hit me because he's actually a shitbird. So any normal sniper, especially one like this, would 100% be able to land shots on what's exposed. And he didn't, because he couldn't. Get fucking sussed.
Taking off.
The payload has
You're just waiting for them to win? This is a pre-mid? Yeah. Oh, 100% accurate Widow. Like I said, it's always the fucking weebs. It's always the fucking weebs, guys. Gone is fucking Hunter x Hunter.
Sie werden dich nicht kriegen.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Establishing aerial position.
He fucking pre-shot at me before I came around the corner and missed me because of it.
Time for the reckoning.
Check real quick.
Take caution.
Play of the game.
I'm not fucking talking about you, dumbass. He thinks because he's playing Genji, I'm talking about him being a weeb. Fucking Christ. Actually, let's actually see if I predicted that perfectly. We're gonna look at a replay. I don't normally look at replays, guys. We're gonna take a look at a replay here. I want to see if that Widow didn't shoot at me because of that lamppost. I swear to God, he was fucking aiming directly at me, and he did not shoot me because of the lamppost.
Ready for battle.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that when I did it, or is it later? No, yeah, it was right there. Oh, there's a lot of Widow ults. Whenever I mention wall hacks and Widow, I 100% take into account infravision. So, yeah, of course, Widow has infravision. That is without a doubt. When infravision is on, but only when infravision is on. And she did have infravision on. If you're talking about when I came out of spawn at the end there, sure. Sure. There is the 5 million other parts of the match in which she didn't have infravision on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, the amount of people, guys, that are saying my name that I've never seen before tonight is pretty high. I'm pretty sure I have been talked about somewhere in a forum. This is one of the downsides of calling people out inside the game, is you'll develop a reputation. And cheaters love fucking with people. So, yeah, not once again, not necessarily because they know that I stream. It probably has absolutely nothing to do with me streaming at all. It is rather because I play a shitload of Pharah, which is very annoying to deal with. And I have mentioned people cheat. Lots of cheating tonight, guys. Pretty, it's not just like one person either. It's like usually multiple people in each match, or it's like a hard toggle like last game. in which they're trying to hide it. Most of our games tonight have had at least 2 people cheating in it. I don't think we've had any 4-stack cheats, though. Cheat squads. It's usually just like 2 people. Well, at least it's getting out of control. If that's the case, it'll lead to people quitting the game, or which will force Blizzard's hand, or they'll cheating will get even worse, or they'll have to do something about it. AI anti-cheat is literally the only way that this can be fixed. I don't think there is any other way to tackle this problem anymore. It is too widespread. Cheating's too widespread.
No. I mean, are you a couple?
Not sure what your mission is.
5, 4, 3. Not waste this opportunity.
Greetings.
Attack.
Yes.
Up and away. Escort. I see an enemy. I knew I could help him.
Have to reorganize. Good tap. Yeah, the fucking lamps, I love doing it. I call it palm tree tech. It's when I first learned to do it. Use a palm tree to break someone's aimbot, because it breaks line of sight, and then they have to re-aim at you. But it'll keep just detaching every time you swing in front of the lamppost. Or you can use a lamppost, or you can use palm tree. You can use a lot of different things. Fucking Mercy abandoned me. Oh, she's there. Dead. She was there the whole time, guys. She was just in a damage mode.
Shake it off. You call?
Anna, at the helm.
Taking off. I will not waste this opportunity.
Gonna sit back there? Bye. You should jump in here, monkey.
Enemy over here.
Two tap. Anyways, you can use a lot of different things to break off line of sight. Banister tech's another one where you'll sit here and you hover, and then you shoot at their, basically their lower torso, but they can't shoot at yours because they can't actually aim, so.
Thanks for the assist.
Very accurate.
Why isn't the payload unlocked? Heroes never die.
I don't know how the fuck the Echo flew in there and then didn't die instantly. Got him.
Do something.
Now they're down the tank. Worth it.
Let's show them some air power. Ascending. Up and away. I require heat.
Well. Now the tank's back. Our team didn't do anything while it's dead.
Increasing altitude. Excellent teamwork.
Eva online. Convene at the payload.
Maintaining depth boost.
still in fucking tank mode. This guy toggled off. What the fuck's going on here? And not nearly as accurate part banking accuracy. So when you stop pushing guys, they toggle off. That's Bastion doing Bastion shit. They toggle off and then bank accuracy. So if you actually stop pushing on them, because they can't stay toggled, if you stop pushing on them, then they'll actually just basically make more headroom for them to cheat later on. And that's not what you want, which kind of sucks. Basically forces you to push them and just die in a blender constantly. They get banned. Alright. She was missing for quite a bit there, and I thought she was just missing because of line of sight. I don't think she was. I think she toggled off. Probably can toggle here in a second. Oh, still missing. The Diva gun in there. So many good heroes against Pharah. Oh yeah, hit scan, you know. %of the roster. What are you even doing? Why are you killing her? Literally right there. Oh, what the fuck is that? It's like, oh, should I kill her? Nah, I don't know. Someone might show up here in a second. The right angle, guys. So if you didn't notice, our Ashe is very inaccurate compared to earlier in the match. Our Bastion, on the other hand, seems to have become much more accurate.
Thanks for the assist.
Kind of weird. Yeah, this Bastion is very, very accurate now. No, Ashe is back to hitting your shots again. Oh, that's the end for them. Yeah. Huh. Want to try the new Zarya, but not enough to try 5v5? People like stop playing her. I don't know why. They stopped playing her because she was very good for a while, and then they nerfed her, and I guess everyone thought she was bad when she wasn't really bad. So. I wish Mercy wasn't a character, man. Alright, so our Ashe was toggled for half the match from the looks of it. They lost their tank at the end. I don't know about the Bastion. He definitely, if you guys didn't notice, at the end there, he became very, very accurate. It was after the P2 capture, basically when the Ashe was useless again. After the P2 capture, he became very, very accurate. Mainly with his recon mode, which is his stand-up mode while he's standing, his mech mode, as well as grenade. He was landing direct hits with his grenades, where he didn't do that at all earlier in the match. But it was only for like two confrontations, so. That's a pretty stark contrast there. You went from basically being able to do everything to do nothing. When we talk about people swapping because they run out of banked accuracy, that's normally when a different player would swap to, like, let's say a McCree or whatever. It's basically identical to Nash, and then all of a sudden they start hitting all their shots, right?
Arriving at and prepare for battle. Select your hero.
This might be a cheat lobby too. Let's see. I don't have any squelches, though. And you can immediately tell, by the way, if you squelch people, you can immediately tell when they're squelched just by going to the social menu, so. This is a haterade squad, mind you. There used to be a haterade squad.
Sneakers. You meet the basketball courts later. Sure.
You usually have a cheater in the group, but
Likewise. What are you
we'll
willing
see.
to lose? Oh, Father Time. I've never lost.
Five, four,
Yeah, Zarya I'd still say is a really good tank.
round one.
She has some things she's not super amazing against, but at the same time, she can apply a lot of...
Lightweaver here.
Positioning. Excellent teamwork.
Widow?
The objective is now
Up and away.
Haha. But yeah, you do little spins with your mouse and all of a sudden you get a headshot, body shot, good. We'll see. Okay. Good use of your ult. Hey, buddy. We have teammates here somewhere, mind you. I think I was getting healed by the Bridget. No.
I'm gonna shove them in a locker. Repositioning.
There, an enemy.
Tactical visor activated.
Don't get caught.
Enemy here. I've
Good.
got you covered.
All right.
Up and away. On the move.
Expected them to res, and they didn't. Damn. Well.
Justice reigns from above.
How'd you miss that? What's going on here?
Aerial positioning underway. Issuing an alert. Scatter. Sniper. I see an enemy. Terminated. Thanks for the upgrade. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Heat check confirmed. Repositioning.
What is going on here, guys?
Increasing altitude.
What the fuck? Dude, that fucking Mercy had a raging fucking hard on for me too. Oh, jeez. Fuck was that? Well, at least we're getting some good practice on mid-airs. One of the hardest things in the world to hit in this game, guys, is a fucking fifth-dimensional fighter jet known as Mercy. The other one being like Genji dashing. Genjis in general can be really, really
We might manage it anyway.
for me.
I wish
That's pretty
violence
impressive.
never solved anything. It would make peace so much easier.
No, it wouldn't. There's no peace if it's all peace. Purgatory.
4, 3,
Yeah.
1.
My guess is we're gonna see some weird shit this round. Because if they toggle, they aren't just gonna let this go. There's no way. There's no way the ego toggle is gonna happen. There's no way. The Ashe is new, and the Ashe is hitting all their shots. Yeah, throwing C4 on me. Yeah. Yeah, hitting shots while jumping through the air. Yeah. Looks like the Widow's now hitting shots. The ego is the #1 giveaway, guys. Like, if you look at this guy's aim, it like literally doesn't even look like their normal flicks. It like looks like he jiggles her mouse. She jiggles her mouse and then hits a shot. It doesn't even look like a flick. I mentioned that in round 1, but it stopped happening. Pretty sure the Widow's cheating. Or not the Widow, the Ashe is cheating.
Shake it off. Repositioning. Health restored.
Tactical visor activated.
No. I just got hit by, I think, the Widow and the Ashe at the same time. So, that Widow that couldn't hit shit in round 1, all of a sudden is landing all these shots now. Yeah, the new Lily guy, the pedal guy, can do that. Yeah, so the Widow's definitely cheating too, but toggles. Look at this, it doesn't even look like legit aim at all. It's like jiggles their mouse after flicking, and then all of a sudden it's a hit. They didn't miss one in there though, and doesn't know to charge the rifle properly. Shot through the wall. That's the cheating Ashe, we know for sure. As I mentioned, there's no way they let round 1 go. There's absolutely no fucking way after what happened there.
Okay, my head's in the game. Repositioning.
Yep. Guy's just 100% accurate now.
Making another approach. On the move.
Nope. I don't know, that guy took so little damage though. Looks like my aim's off. So, Ashe is definitely cheating. It looks like the Widow toggles. We'll see what round 2's like, or round 3's like. I totally mentioned that in the prior round. There's no way that they're going to let that go. After what happened, absolutely no way. Ego is center of cheaters, so. Yeah. Crazy shit. I'm a diamond challenger. They're watching the stream. I told you, it's fucking ego. It's 100% ego. I told you guys. Oh, buddy. Well, yeah, Widow literally went from being unable to hit anything to going like this and hitting shots. So, and the Ashe is definitely cheating. Oh, that's funny. And wall hack 2 on top of it. Like, how often do you meet Widows, guys, that can barely charge their rifle? Like, they don't understand the proper damage ratio for charge? And, like, just start spamming shots. Yeah. But they're 100% accurate. But we're in round 1. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, funny. Stuff though.
Making another approach. Aerial positioning underway.
Time for the reckoning!
I see an enemy.
Dude. Tank, please. Tank, check aisle 1. There's the Ashe. I guess he ran out of banked accuracy. Ball wasn't on top of that. Unfortunately, we had bad line of sight there at the when I popped my Q. It was good. It should have been like a 2K.
Positioning.
Come over here and go on feeling. Find cover.
Establishing aerial position. Enemies here.
Kind of weird. They're doing so well in round 1. Why would they swap off their characters? You know, they had a really good Ashe. They had a fantastic Widowmaker. Oh. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I guess they decided that they weren't going to play Widow anymore despite being cracked at it. And the Ashe apparently was, yeah, the Ashe was just too good. Yeah, no, those guys are cheating. Yeah, that was pretty obvious. Okay. So we got this guy that was hard toggled. We go with him, and then the fucking Widowmaker. The fuck is that? Hit absolutely nothing in round 1 except for like 1 shot on me. And then round 2, hit all of her shots. And round 3, hit most of her shots and then switched immediately. Like, what the fuck? Let's see. The Widow, on the other hand, we didn't see any wall wall looking, but we definitely know she's cheating. Let's see. I've seen these guys multiple times. These guys queue together all the time. That's why I said this is going to be a hate squad that's going to toggle. Because last time, when I first met these guys, they definitely were toggling, and then that stopped happening. And then this is the first time I've seen it, like, maybe in a week. Which I've ran into these guys, and they've actually been toggling, so, yeah. Let's see. We're going to put this guy in Squelch, because I've definitely seen them on more than one occasion. I only Squelch people I see regularly. We can know if they get banned. I've also seen regularly. This is a GM. I'm pretty sure when I first met these guys, they were playing on alt accounts too, which I no longer see, mind you. And I don't Squelch everyone that I report. Go with Widowmaker. I guess they just had a really good round, right? A really, really good round. Well, their mouse literally goes like this and fucking hits shots. Yeah. This is their main account, which they probably are not going to fuck around on their main account. Most people don't. 38 and 17. Which it probably came out to that, but round 2, they were basically 100% accurate the entire round. Hey, Teach. Good evening, dude. They don't even touch Widow in normal gameplay. I think this is the same as T500. The fucking yeah, as I mentioned, guys, there was no way after round 1 they're gonna let that fly. Like, their ego was, like, literally just raging ego boner. They had to fucking fix that. Even though we basically won. They probably could have prevented that from happening, but they didn't. It's also really weird. Guys are usually private, you know. Go with all 3618. So this guy, the Widowmaker we just saw, has identical accuracy. This is what I mentioned before, guys. When people are cheating, they just set up their accuracy to be on par with top 500, and they know they aren't going to get stat banned. So, like, when they go through banked accuracy and go back and forth, they'll try to have it equal out at top 500 accuracy. So this guy here, top 5 in the world apparently, from last season, mind you. Has basically identical accuracy to the Widowmaker we just played. Despite the Widowmaker we just played not being able to hit anything in round 1, then hit all of her shots in round 2, while making her mouse go like this, and then went back to hitting nothing in round 3. So, yeah, that was, there's no way. That ego must have hurt so bad, oh my god. 42-14, 5-19, 29-21. That's good. Well, if they get banned, we'll know now. But I don't know. Funny shit, guys. All right, we're gonna call things here for this evening, guys. That is cherry. That's the cherry on top. Like, it literally doesn't matter, guys, how many... If I know someone's cheating, it doesn't matter how many times they kill me. It doesn't matter at all. We had that game earlier where I died like 15 times or something like that, where the McCree was basically rage cheating at that point, and the Hansel also was. And got me good. You did. You killed me a bunch. You killed me a bunch, despite me basically being the only one that was actually doing anything that match. What was that? That was, Basan? It was Basan. Yeah. Got me good, 15 deaths, was these two guys. As I mentioned, it's always the fucking anime fucks. I don't know why, it's the weebs. In almost every game we've played, it's always the weebs that cheat. Not like in Overwatch. It's like, I'd say 70% of our cheaters are weebs, 60% of our cheaters, there's a lot of them. They have like, anime-themed names. And then we have like a guy after this, Gone. That was also cheating. 60%, it's not that high. This is where we got rolled by the cheating widow, I think. Yep. Oh, there he is. There you go. There's good old Gone, guys. Straight from Hunter X Hunter. Yay! Good for him. Got me good. But you'll have that, guys. Tonight, our cheating goes was pretty bad. It's like a Monday night / Tuesday morning. Really weird. Normally it's like the weekends, especially Frysat. It's pretty bad, but tonight I guess it was today, so... Yeah, we ran into a lot of cheaters tonight. It's basically almost 2 per game, I'd say. Even last game, there's 2 per game. Or 2 in that game. Oh, and the game with, no, it was just one guy in the... King's Row. Anyways, very weird games, guys. It'll happen, and you can't really pull any stats, like, as far as accuracy goes. We're trying to, like, you know, iron things out as far as accuracy goes. There's only so much you can pull from it, so... Diamond Challenger, too. I didn't know that. Go down through our games here. Yeah, actually 42-11. None of our accuracy is doing too well. When do we restart? Is like Ilios 36-16. No, this is when I restarted. 41-16. 13. Not looking too impressive. 51-12. That's all right. Lots of cheating though. That's going to suppress your accuracy. 38. 53-18. That's very good. 28-5. What's Rialto? This is with the cheaters with the... Yeah, this is with the guy that was cheating, and then the guy with the Zim. This guy, the Zim, and also basically cheating. Zim's technically not cheating, but it's definitely cheating. Zim is keyboard mouse interpreter for councils. This guy was also cheating. Technically Zim though, but yeah, both those guys. We still did pretty fucking good. 53-18 while getting cheated against. That's pretty good. 28-5, not very good. Suppressed once again, 40-14. And 44-16. Direct hits aren't that bad. Yeah, that'll happen, guys. One of those nights, so can't really pull much as far as accuracy goes when you're basically running into cheaters every match. That's the way things are, though. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed all the cheaters, you enjoyed the ego cheating, make sure to hit the follow button. I called that shit. Immediately called that shit before it even happened. Immediately called that. Make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. I usually stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6. So 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. The usual shenanigans, guys. I'm out here for this evening, though, guys. Yeah. But, yeah. Tomorrow will be more of the OWTs. So I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday night and Tuesday morning. Have a good day, guys.